You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And in Disney.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome in once again to our Six Screens live programs that we do every Saturday night. And we're glad you're coming into a program. We got a lot of people coming in tonight, a lot of people on the telephone line, a lot of people coming through our various platforms. So thank you for wanting to be part of our Six Screens network tonight. And we love it when you guys call in. So by all means, do that. I'll put the phone number up. We have Eric. My goodness, Eric, a former Jehovah's Witness. He lives down there in Tennessee, and he's originally from Rhode Island, right up here in New England. So we're proud to have Eric with us. And let's bring Eric on for a second and say hello to him. Make sure everything's fine. Hello, Eric.
Hey, Rick. Can you hear me good?
We can hear you good. Now, I'll tell you what, Eric, boy, you're making a big difference. Your program is really moving in the right direction. Boy, I'll tell you, you got a lot of... The last program we did on alcohol, I'll tell you, the numbers are still going up. And boy, we made some changes here in the Six Screens, and our numbers are really increasing. You're doing a great job. And then Dick and Constance, you probably heard their program earlier. They came on, and boy, I'll tell you, they did a great job. And they'll be coming on now every Saturday night, every other Saturday night, I should say. And we're proud to have them with us. And they did such a wonderful job. So we're looking forward to Dick and Connie next week as well. So what's on your mind tonight, Eric?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about truth tonight, but tonight we're gonna talk about the truth that Watchtower spins to us, and
all right, that makes sense. I just got notice here that the phone is not working for some reason. I don't know what that is. Whenever I do that, it does do that to us. So let's just see what happens here.
Sure thing, buddy.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm not sure why that happens. So anyways, Eric, just hang in here with us.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm going to get the phone working. In the meantime, I'm going to let you talk, but I'll be back in about 5 minutes and we can play the video. So I'll just put you in solo here. And I'll get that phone working and see why that's not working. Okay, thank you, Eric.
No problem. So how's everyone doing tonight? Awakening from the Watchtower, because isn't that what's happening right now? Aren't we? Doesn't it seem like there's a big awakening going on? Me and my buddy came up with that name of that show, and I think it's appropriate for what's going on with today, because there's awakening. People are waking up, and politically, religiously, it's what our government's doing, just what's going on in general in the world. There is a big awakening, but Watchtower, we all did it, right? Everybody said, "Oh, how long have you been in the truth?" Right? For example. We all said it when we were in it. We all called it the truth, but isn't it the furthest thing from the truth? It's basically one big fat lie. But tonight, I got it was let me think of his name. His name is Jerome, I believe, and Preaching from the Housetops, I think is the name of his YouTube channel, or it was at one point. It might be Jerome now. And I got permission for him to play this clip that Rick's going to play for us later. And he does a great job of exposing Watchtower, of how all they can do is lie. And it's funny how they talk about telling the truth when they're probably the biggest liars on the planet. Kind of reminds me of, and I say this, forgive me for being repetitive, we all are though, but being an auto body or anything, any aspect in life, and anytime you got somebody that's selling you like a sales pitch or telling you we're the best, they usually like the worst. Like, for example, we had a guy come in the body shop and he said he was the best painter. You got to hire me because I'm the best you'll ever get. And he was the worst. He said he never ran the clear ran all the time, so that's what Watchtower is. They claim to be the best, God's chosen people, and look what happens. Look what happened. How we doing, Rick? Is the phone lines okay? But anyways, I don't know if you can hear me. But Yeah, so we're going to talk about truth tonight, and the truth that Watchtower gives us, and and it ain't truth, that's for sure. Um, Dan actually, Dan and Angela, they came up with the idea of what is truth, and we're going to try to do a two-part series maybe, and they come on the next time. I think he's going to chime in on the phone tonight though. But tonight we're going to not focus on what is truth, but we'll focus more on the lies or the pretend truth that Watchtower is giving us. Um, one of the I think I can vouch for everybody here that we're all sick of being gaslit. Our families are being gaslit. Um, we're being gaslit. We have been gaslit by them, and the gaslighting is happening more and more from Watchtower. They're speaking out of both ends of their mouth, and they're just not being truthful with us in the slightest. And um, I have to give Jerome or this YouTuber a lot of credit. He said, "Yeah, go ahead and use use this clip because the more that know, the better," something like that. But what's good about this clip is that the research that went into it, because I don't know about y'all, but even it's hard for me. The moment I go on jw.org, even though I'm researching it, I sometimes have to watch a video 3 or 4 times over and over again because I immediately blank out. And some people are just really, really smart and quick and patient to catch the little things, to catch the slip ups, and that's what they did in this video, which is really good. Um, we're going to talk about the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So don't help me, Watchtower. Good comment, Maverick. But yeah, isn't that the case though? We're in a situation where we're told that not everybody, but some of us are born ins. I'm fourth generation. We're told this is the truth. We're immediately gaslit into the lie, to believe that a lie is the truth. And what a load of horse crap that is. Um, even what and I know this is a little off topic, but like Rick was bringing up, why aren't we seeing Robert Hendricks anymore? And maybe that's just a coincidence, and he'll be back on, or maybe they're just not using that avenue anymore. But there's another liar. There's another guy that spins the truth for the way that he sees it, and he's got that disgusting, and sorry if anybody's a used car salesman, but that skeevy, it's a stereotype, but that used car salesman attitude, like just sell you say anything to you to get you in it, the car or the cult, the religion, whatever it may be. But anyways, that's what we're gonna talk about tonight. And Rick, are you still there with me? Can we play that video? Or
Right here, yeah. I'm trying to get that video up for you. Just hold on 1 second. We're just about there with it.
oh, no problem.
Just had to do a few things over. So let's take a look here.
Are the phone lines okay now too?
The phone lines are good. Everything's good tonight.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me just take a look here and see what we got here. Okay. So I think we're ready to share it now. You want to play it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please and thank you.
The theme for the convention this year is very important. It's based on something Jesus very simply said. He said, speaking of God, your word is truth. We say God's word is truth. With humans, I think we all know that it isn't always the truth, or they have to revise it or change it later on.
Now, years ago, our publications often
Well, up until recently, publications have explained.
In the past, here's what we've said.
Now, you may recall that we used to think a certain way some 10 years ago.
For a number of years, our publications have explained.
Well, for many years, our publications have taught.
Well, for many years, including in the April 15th, 2009 Watchtower, our understanding was that
we have to make adjustments. Now, you may have heard of a few adjustments in our understanding of things already today, and there could be more adjustments that will have to be made later on.
But the governing body, and we really feel under the direction of Jehovah's Spirit, has recently undertaken a careful, prayerful study of this subject and have come to the conclusion that an adjustment in our is definitely needed.
But now, prophecy is best understood when we consider it in context. And if you look at the context of Joel chapter 2, you are forced to come to a different conclusion.
As we look at the scriptures as a whole,
when we re-examine the illustration in the context, it's very clear to us that we needed to adjust our understanding.
Now, when you think of it, we sort of had our explanation backwards in the past.
Now, in the past, what we said,
well, that's obvious. This explanation is obvious. Why didn't we see it before?
Some things Jehovah will not permit us to see, even though we read over it many, many times. We can't see it until Jehovah puts the light on it.
Daniel was told, many will rove about, and the true knowledge will become abundant. This is a gradual process. We are still roving about.
With humans, I think we all know that it isn't always the truth, or they have to revise it or change it later on.
Does the truth ever change? It does not. Our understanding of truth changes as we progress in understanding it, but the truth never changes.
Well, thank you very much, Rick.
Well, that was something else. I'll tell you that was a well put together little clip. Boy, you did a great job on that. Really.
I'll give another shout out to the content creator Jerome, and I think it used to be called Preaching from the Housetops, but I got permission to use the clip, and he said, let everybody hear it. But thought he did a great job. What do you think?
Oh, I think it was fantastic. I just wonder. I mean, those guys, some of those YouTubers, they put a lot of research and work, Eric, into finding those clips. That's amazing. You did a great job. I want to thank him myself. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't want to take credit for it, and that's why I asked him first if I could use it. And I'm happy that he and I'll let him know that it went on tonight. But
well, Eric,
I
just want to say that is, how can a person? I mean, you and I are out. A lot of people listening into the program here tonight, they're out of the Watchtower. But how is it that a person can stay in, listen to that malarkey, and just follow them loyally? It just does not make any sense.
How can you make sense out of nonsense is something you always say. But these guys, and when I say these guys, I'm talking about the rank and file. If they just stopped and actually listened to what was being forced down their throat, because I don't think they're listening like you and I are, or like other people are. This man Jerome with this YouTube channel, he listened very well and found all these clips to prove that these men are speaking right out of their ass. I mean, really. What was it? He said, with humans, it isn't always the truth. They have to revise things. And then we see all of those clips of the revisions from, I don't know how far back it went, 2015 to our modern day. And it's probably been longer than that. They've never really stuck to a core belief system. There's been some core values, but that they've had that are still here today, but they've never really, they've always been changing. The chariots, it's going so fast, Rick, I think the wheels are about to fall off.
Well, no doubt. I mean, obviously, something is really wrong at the top. This organization is just all over the map, Eric. And that is, I've mentioned it so many times before, they are in the fifth stage of collapse. And that is when a business is so disoriented, the chief people at the top of the business are not agreeing with one another. They're arguing, they're fighting. I know that's going on in the Watchtower. I mean, that's evident with Morris leaving and not being there any longer. Something's
Absolutely.
not. Yeah. So there's a lot of dissension, and that is the fifth stage. They're doing everything they can, and they're not getting. They're not all in unison. One governing body will say, let's do this. No, let's no. That's going to get a lot of people to leave. But they've got to get that. I'm sure they have crisis management people right now. I believe they hired an outside firm that's helping them to deal with this. They either have to make these changes or they're dead duck. They're dead in the water. Yep.
I made this analogy before. I think it was on Anne Marie's show, and I said Watchtower because they were talking about how they were Nazis, and they do have similar Nazism in them. But I said for me, and maybe how I was brought up and being part Italian, living in the Northeast, I think they're more like the Italian mafia, because Watchtower, it's like, what is Watchtower? Watchtower is La Cosa Nostra. That's what Watchtower is. And what La Cosa Nostra means in English, it means this thing of ours. Because what matters the most is this thing of theirs, Watchtower. Whatever this may be, whoever may run it, it's not always one guy that runs it. Even a mafia boss in the Italian mafia can be taken out if he's not going along with the rules and with doing what he's supposed to do. And it's almost structured like the mafia. You have the governing body, who are the bosses. You've got their consigliere, they're the council. So that would consist of their lawyers, the service department, and the helpers, the governing body helpers. Then you have the circuit overseers, they're the captains. Then you have the elders, they're the soldiers, they're the foot soldiers, they're the ones enforcing everything. And then you have ministerial servants who are simply associates because they don't have the book, the shepherd book. And it's set up in a structure. And now it seems like Watchtower wants to leave that structure. And I'm getting a little off topic of what truth is, but then again, I'm not, because if there's any Jehovah's Witnesses listening tonight, you'll know that Watchtower is lying, and that we aren't. Sure, everybody lies a little bit, right? Everybody gives a little white lie, or maybe makes up an excuse for something. But these guys are notorious. It's beyond lying. It's deceiving, and that's, for someone that says that they have the truth, they couldn't be so far from it. I didn't know if I interrupted you, Rick.
I know you didn't know. You're all set. So listen, I'm going to cut you loose, but I'm here.
Sure, yeah, you go. Yep, no problem.
I'm looking at the various platforms here tonight, Eric. You've got, boy, I'll tell you, there's a lot of people coming in. We're on 7 or 8 different platforms of Facebook groups and what have you, but they're all enjoying the program. So you keep up the good work, and I'm here if you need me, and keep waving that flag, Eric.
All right, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Well, thanks everybody for listening. But wasn't that a really powerful video, though? I like how the guy Jerome ended it with John 17:17 about truth, and I feel embarrassed forever, or stupid or ridiculous forever calling it the truth. To call something the truth when it's the furthest thing from the truth is just it's I guess it's gaslighting at its finest, or biggest degree. Maverick says, Eric, they are pathological liars for sure. I agree, Maverick, and that's what we're talking about tonight. Tonight shouldn't be about the truth; it should be about the lie. But it's something else what they have said and then counter said. I mean, I believe it was Judge Rutherford, and I know he wasn't a judge, but that's the title he gave himself. He said in his dying days, like at the end of his days, he said that he made an ass of himself, I believe. And if this current governing body haven't made an ass of themselves, I don't know who hasn't, because they have flip flopped so much. They don't know what to believe anymore. Who knows? At some point, they might even end up saying that you can smoke cigarettes, pot, whatever. Who knows? This organization is so messed up at this point that and they're chasing that almighty dollar, that they're willing to lie, cheat, and steal for that buck, and change their policies as long as it doesn't give, they don't bleed out too many members. But they don't seem to be doing a good job of that. And I think it's a beautiful thing that the truth came out about beards. To add to that video, where was the truth about the beards? Did Jehovah? So Jehovah never changes, but so he had beards, then he changed his mind and didn't want beards, but the light got brighter again, and now he wants beards again. But the truth never changes, and God never changes. The truth about the truth. Why? Good job, Nadine. What's this one? Seinfeld Costanza. Jerry, remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. I love Seinfeld. Good job, Gigi. But yeah, that's what I had to say. Before I keep going anymore, does anybody want to add to tonight's discussion or topic? Just hit *6 if anyone's out there. All right. Well, anyways, but yeah, I just find it incredible that we've been gaslit so much. Don't go to college, don't go to school. And by the way, anybody listening while I'm talking, if you want to interrupt me, it's fine. But don't go to college, don't do this, don't do that. This dying system of things is still here, isn't it? Hasn't changed one bit. We're all still here. And life is only getting a little more difficult as we're going. Wouldn't it be nice to have that, for some of us to have that college education or opportunities that we might have missed out on, or maybe done things differently, or even the way that our parents raised us. I know that my parents, they acted like the end was coming anyway, so nothing really mattered. They I think I needed braces on my bottom teeth. They were just like, it's not that bad. I don't really care. I'm not mad at them for it, but I just see how Watchtower. I'm not like making a victim of myself. I just see how Watchtower shapes the thinking. They didn't give any interest to my education, and that's not just me. That's a lot of families. Yes, is someone trying to speak up, brother?
Yes. This is Wayne in Camarillo. I just want to make a comment. You said something about you don't like to call Jehovah's Witnesses the truth anymore, and you feel embarrassed or ashamed that you ever called them the truth. But what I call them now is the justification. They're always justifying their beliefs. They're always justifying, twisting scriptures. They don't have the truth. They don't speak the truth. They just justify. They are the justification.
That's an amazing comment. Wow, you got me thinking. Yeah, I never thought of it that way. But you're right. That's all they do is justify. Instead of admitting, when they're defeated in the ministry through their own Bible, instead of admitting it, they just make a justification for it. You're right. I've never really thought of it like that before. Good comment, brother.
Thank you.
Where are you calling from?
Iowa.
Iowa. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was really good. You called before?
Good. Yes, sir.
What's your name? What's your name?
Jeff.
Jeff. Okay. Nice talking to you.
Yeah. You're telling the truth about the truth. And as far as the beards are concerned, they don't want to lose people. They want to keep people.
and then restricting the hours or getting rid of the hours as far as going out in time, as far as ministry. Yeah, that's just to keep people. You know, they know they're losing a lot of people, so that's what they're doing. You know, and they're just, hey, let's get rid of this policy and let's get rid of this policy because we don't want to lose people. You know, keep losing people. They're losing people big time now, from what I can see. Anyway, that's what I got to say there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Great comment. And I agree. You know, men are fixers, and sometimes men aren't the greatest fixers. They try to fix something very fast. Some men are really good at fixing things. Sometimes you just can't win, you know. But
well, so they're just a corporation, and they're a former publishing company. We went out in service. I'm an older guy. We went out in service and sold our books and magazines for nothing. And you know, it's our gas or nothing was paid for, anything. They unbelievable. They're tax free. They all these people that are making these, you know, in Bethel were making these magazines and books were working for free, literally, and that was all tax free. Their properties are all tax free. These guys are it's just a major corporation taking advantage of a bunch of people and disguising themselves as a cult or as a religion, which is a cult. And I guess I don't have much more to say, but I mean, that's my comment, sir.
yeah, thank you, Jeff. Great comment. And that's exactly what they're doing. They lied to us too with their so-called disaster relief work. When I was so pissed off when I found out that they were actually getting the insurance checks for it. I mean, this whole time, not that I never did the disaster work relief. I know people who did. I did RBC work, but never disaster relief work. I was more of a finisher, and I was auto body painter, so they just used my skills to paint doors, basically, and certain shelving for the Kingdom Halls. But
Yeah.
they'll take whatever they can get from people. They'll use you up and then spit you out, and then you know, when you have something happen in your life and get this fellowship, it's like, fuck you, pardon my French, see you later, have a nice day, but don't come back, and if you do, you better beg and grovel for it. And what about the scripture where God doesn't forget your good deeds that you've done? You know, they seem to forget really quickly.
Yeah. Well, sir, they're just a big, nasty corporation disguised as a religion, which is truly a cult. And that's what they are. And I can't say that enough. And yeah, the horror stories of what they have done to people, their families, disfellowshipped them, destroyed families like Dan Clark, destroyed his whole family. You know, wonderful man. He's married to a beautiful woman, a very kind, I mean, with her heart, beautiful woman. Look what they did to him. They you know, he don't talk to half his family, and then part of his family died, thinking they're going to die at Armageddon or then never be resurrected. This is what this organization does. And people that are still in it, they need to wake up, and see what kind of damage and destruction they have done to their families, what they're doing now, but what their families have done, what that organization has done to their families in the past. But I've talked too much. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much, Jeff. Great hearing from you. But yeah, I have to agree with everything Jeff was saying, and what Watchtower is doing with the breaking up of the families. They're hurting us, and they're hurting our families, because some people, just like my family, they truly believe this. It goes deeper than just breaking up of the family. This is how deep it goes. It makes the bad influence of Watchtower, because I believe that Satan and the demons run it, basically. The bad influence that comes from Watchtower really does influence even the common Jehovah's Witness, if they allow it to. And what's happening is, from my perspective, is that the witnesses, like my parents and Desiree's parents, they are so involved in what men are telling them that they can't see what they're doing in front of them. It's almost like they're all almost like when the Nazi German regime was just told to blindly follow orders, or the mafia. Yay, this guy's got to go, whack him. I mean, you end up doing things in the name of what? Is this really in the name of Jehovah? Like, would Jesus really want you to keep, not just shun your family, but find something out from, like, say, in Desiree's situation, where she was getting reinstated, and the mother saw something on a text message that she didn't like, sent it to the elders, and kept her from getting reinstated. This is not the love of Christ. And this is what is the sin in saying that God is not happy with the governing body? This goes to show that this is not the truth. I think in the comment section, people were saying the lie is more accurate, and it's true. It's exactly what this is the lie. And we were told, because isn't that what liars do? This is the truth. What I'm telling you is the truth. I watched, I think it was an episode on a clip on The View, and Joy Behar, if I'm saying her name right, Behar, um, she talks about vaccines, and I think it was talking about a situation where someone got sick on a vaccine. She was saying it was misinformation. No matter how you feel about it, this is the statement that's disturbing. Now, she said, don't listen to all this garbage. Listen to us. We're the truth. Nobody is the truth but Jesus. So be wary of any time, no matter it's The View or Jehovah's Witnesses or whoever says we're bringing you the truth. No, or we are the truth. No, nobody is the truth but Christ. And I'm not being preachy. It's a way that men and women trick other men and women. It's trickery to say that we're truth, and for people to buy into that, because really truth is in the eye of the beholder, which is something that probably Dan and I and Angela are going to talk about at some time. But if there's anybody that in the audience that wanted to leave a comment or talk about this, let's see. Tim T says they think the GB are like Moses and Abraham. Yeah, thanks, Tim from Australia. Really good comment. They really do. They compare themselves to Moses, right, Tim? They say that if you if you don't agree with us, it's murmuring, like just like what happened with Moses and when they got swallowed up from the earth. And what's funny is that or ironic, is that they have never had any physical or any kind of proof at all like Moses did. So how could you ever compare yourselves to Moses when all you guys are a bunch of self-appointed, hypocritical, bullshit, prophets? Yeah, the only like a friend of ours from Sharon from North Carolina said the only prophets that they are with a FIT at the end of it. But they're false prophets as well, and they're fulfilling Bible prophecy, possibly. But I've been talking a little bit. Does anybody have anything to say out there?
Yeah, to jump in. One thing you should always remember, that a lot of these elders know what is happening in the congregations. They know who's sleeping with who's been disfellowshipped, who the pedophiles are. They know all that stuff. So when those elders get in trouble with sexual immorality or anything like that, they stay in the congregation because the other elders aren't going to disfellowship that person because he knows too much. As Rick would say, he knows where all the bodies are buried. So you have a lot of elders that have done a lot of things. And you hear it on 6 screens for the almost last 20 years. This elder did this thing wrong. This elder did that thing wrong. We're finding out that the governing body do a lot of things wrong, like Tony tight pants and all that stuff. This is why this organization is crumbling. It's so deep in the cesspool of sins, lies, and deceits. There's too many programs out there like 6 Screens and others that are casting a bright light into that filthy, disgusting, lying organization. Thank you for letting me be a part of your program. Good job.
Yeah, thanks, Dick. I appreciate it. You know, you're right too. To add on to what the comment that you just gave, us apostates. It's not just 6 Screens. It's not just Vern's channel, Fixing My Faith, I think, or anybody else's Lloyd Evans, or I know people hate hearing him, but or anybody else's channel. Excuse me. We are we're worldwide, and we're not just the young. We're the old. We're the middle-aged. We're all races. We're all ages, in both sexes, and like there's even like an old Irish woman that has a YouTube channel talking, and she's an apostate, and it's like she seems like I don't know the name of her channel or her name. I've watched her a few times, but she seems like such a sweetheart, and she's like she's outraged over the hypocrisy over the ARC. You know, like she can't handle the hypocrisy and the child sex abuse cover-ups. And this woman is not just an apostate watch, she is an apostate. How despicable of Watchtower to shun an old woman who has a problem with child sex abuse cover-ups and how they handle it. This is a satanic organization, and all that matters is their reputation. Is all that matters is the La Costa Nostra, this thing of theirs. That's all that matters. This scam artist thing that they're doing, this Wizard of the Oz thing. It's all that matters to them. I think they even say they call themselves God, guardians of doctrine, of the doctrine, their doctrine. But anyways, is anyone? I hear a little chatter. Has anyone else wanted to say anything on the phone line?
Oh, Eric?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, you're from Michigan. Nice talking to you again and so forth. I hope everything is going well for you.
Who is this from Michigan?
Interest. What's that?
Who is this from Michigan?
Ken.
Oh, Ken. Okay. Yep. Hey, buddy.
Yeah. I just was listening to you with interest, like I was listening to the other part of the program tonight. So, as we look in the past, listen to the program tonight, we see how the Watchtower Society was propagandizing themselves through literature, newspapers, everything else. And they sure did propagandizing job there on the people when they talked them into it, passing out Watchtower in other magazines till they dropped and so forth, and getting them going door to door into all kinds of these meetings. You kind of wonder whether they had time for anything else, because they the more that you did for them, the more they wanted and so forth. And so this day and age right now, nobody has anything to show for it. But if this really and truly was a valid religious society, I mean, shouldn't there be something to show for it and everything like that? But there's absolutely nothing. So that goes to show you what a phony religion they are. And I just want to mention, too, that even some of the people that were just involved with them, that never became members,
they did a lot of damage to them too. Like myself, I was never a JW, but I was heavily involved with them. I had them. They used to come over to my place. They used to kind of use it for a stomping ground many years ago and all that. And I studied with them quite a bit, and I had discussions with them quite a bit. At that time, they seemed to be real nice people, and we had some interesting discussions, be that as it may. But then as time went on, I found out what they really were. And then I ran into a friend of mine and everything like that, and everything like that. And I found out that he was involved with them even more. And then I really got a earful, after I talked to him about everything. And that's the only documentary I've ever made of him and so of an ex-JW and so forth. That's if he really was that. At least they claim he was, but I kind of find it hard to believe, because that's a story for another time and all that. That goes to show you how foul that organization was and how cultic, and they were nothing but a destructive force, just to say the least.
To go along with what you're saying, there's such a false religion because they don't even do charity. I mean, they don't. The witnesses themselves will be good to each other at times. I don't know how it is now. Back in the 80s, 90s, they were like that. Early 2000s, but as far as Watchtower, they've never done anything for anybody. No food drive. In fact, I heard a story on Reddit where a woman told her story that she was not a Jehovah's Witness, and it was at the time when they were getting those food boxes from the government, and there was a food drive, and they asked if she was a Jehovah's Witness, and she was in her early 70s, and she said, no, I'm not a Jehovah's Witness, and they denied her, and they didn't give her food. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Just really bad character, and that's not a Christian organization.
Prejudice. Hello, sir. Yes, caller, go ahead.
Yes, hi. This gentleman that's talking that he really, they're coming to his door and everything else. That's very true. I went a step beyond that. I was doing meetings, I was going out in service, what have you. And they don't do, and also they don't do nothing for anybody. Like there's other churches that really do stuff for other people. Hello?
Yep, I'm here listening to you.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that do stuff for people. I know a gal that had cancer, and she went to witnesses. She went to the Kingdom Hall in her town, the city that she was in. They wouldn't do anything. A couple of non-denominational churches. The Catholic Church helped her a little bit, paid some of her bills, and gave her some money for groceries, but it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe that the witnesses at least wouldn't help her, but that gentleman is saying before I'm talking, he's totally right. So thank you.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Oh, okay, we got 860. Go ahead, you're on with us.
Hi. You were talking about the museums. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Rick was talking about the museum earlier, but yeah, go ahead. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I was just thinking that they might use it to foster their 607 idea and distort the year of Babylon's destruction. So that's my comment.
Yeah, you think that they'll back off of their 607? Do you think they'll adopt the 586, 587?
No, I don't think that they'll adopt 586, 587. I think that they will use their museum to change history and
I see.
distort history, I should say, rather than have true history.
That's a really good point, sister, because yeah, and isn't that what men in power always do? They try to change history, and Watchtower has done that. They're burning their books.
Yeah, I mean, you look at any of their history books, and that's what they do, is they try to brainwash people into going according to their own history, and that's what 1914 is based on, and they change people's perception of what actually happened rather than what it really is. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that it would be any different with any of their museums. Is a way of distorting any of Jehovah's Witnesses or any of the other people that come to see their museums, to distort people's perceptions of what they're seeing.
So you think that they'll keep pushing the 607, or just kind of try to get away from it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you think they'll go down?
They have. Yeah. I mean, I think that from the time I was a little girl, they used 1914. They're going to have to some way ease away from it, but they're going to want to have it in their history of some means as being a date to establish them as some sort of criteria that they were right in history because World War I came in 1914. But as to what it means or you know, how it's used, they will change that, you know, for as far as the time is the end. But because World War I happened in 1914, they will still, I think that they will still use it in their dogma, but change the significant for the future. But for their museums, I still think that their museums are going to be some sort of mouthpiece for them to be an effective brainwashing technique for people.
Yeah, that, and I also think it's going to be a money grab situation too.
Oh yeah.
Sure, they can because that's what comes first. Sure, they want to rewrite their history, but I think it's all about the money grab. There'll be donation box with the little hands with the coin symbol all over the place, I bet.
Oh yeah. Everything they do is about money. It's definitely about money. But they also want to keep people in line. Money and power. So the two go hand in hand. And so the two go hand in hand. So they're going to use that money that they get to keep people in line.
Mm.
So anyway, thank you for letting me comment.
Oh, well, thank you so much, sister. Great comment. Really good to hear from you. Well, what do you guys think? There's a lot of there is a lot of conspiracy, or a lot of wondering of what's going on with Watchtower and what the new moves changes that they're going to make. Gilbert Gonzalez says that Gigi for GB says in the comment section that I don't have it in front of me, so I got to try to paraphrase it. I think he said that something about Watchtower wanting to forget about 1914, and I agree with you. I think that they cringe about it. I actually don't think that they want to. I think they want to phase out of it. They might push it a little bit here and there, but I think they're going to phase out of it. I think there was even a governing body video, and I don't remember which one it was, where they said around 1914. I think they're already embarrassed by it, and they're already trying to exit out of it. I mean, they're testing the waters right now with the beard thing before they change any other major doctrines, and some of the other doctrines that they've already done. But yeah, I think that it's like biblically they have no proof that it happened anywhere close to 607. It's an obvious scam from Russell, just trying to predict the end of the world, basically, and that Jesus is leading the kingdom through the Jehovah's Witness organization up invisibly in heaven. It's like a Harry Potter tale. But anyways, is there anyone else on the phone line that wanted to talk? I don't want to talk too much.
Yes, this is Grace from Sweden.
Hi, Grace. How you doing?
Rick said about, hi, I'm okay, I guess. So I wanted to address something Rick said on the news about this young girl's text message with sexual content to older men in the congregation. So this is highly disturbing for me, and I've been brainstorming just a little. Here's what I'm thinking, that the society we live in today, we are all old people here. I don't think we really realize what it's like for young people these days. Being on internet, it can be a good thing because you can get information about cults and things. But internet there's a lot of bullying going on for both young girls and young boys. There's so much bullies on internet and trolls and things. And there can be multiple reasons for this sexting. I was thinking like this, how did it start? Maybe it started with some of those older people exposing these young girls for, maybe they are victims of child sex abuse. That can be a reason why they are sexting. So, because when you suffer from child sex abuse, then you can be more sexually aggressive. So that's a serious sign. That
Actually, what you're saying is true. Absolutely true. It creates a monster, not a monster, but it just children aren't. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, I have many reasons. That's just one of the points I wanted to make. That can be one of the reasons. There can also be a cry for attention. There can be sexual frustration, like Rick said. Can it be a prank? Are there several girls who agreed among each other, now we are going to prank these men because they're just a bunch of big men who think they know it all, and we know better. We have information from internet. Now we are going to prank them. We are going to troll them because maybe they are feeling like they are being pushed down in the organization and they are fighting back now. I don't know. Can there be a sign of demons working? Can it be? And what I was thinking, and also, why is this organization always blaming the young girls and women are getting blamed? Wear a skirt, look pretty for us men, but don't be too sexy. Just be pretty, not too sexy. And now they are like, you're tempting us with the skirt. Your skirt, this or that length on the skirt, blah, blah, blah. Don't have a beautiful body. Just be nice. And now they're like talking about these girls like they are some kind of tempting the men with sexting, blah, blah, blah. It's always the girls who are at fault in this organization. It's a man-made organization pushing women down to wear skirt, do the major part of household work many times, and it's really annoying to me. Why are they not talking? Why are these not talking about all this? If they want to gossip, they should gossip about all this child sex abuse that's going on in the congregation. That would be more important to gossip about. They could form a circle and maybe help each other to go to the police. That could be more productive. Why are they complaining about these young women? I find it highly disturbing. So let's see now. Well, that's all from me, but there probably I haven't been thinking about all the reasons. They could be many, many reasons. And let's see what will happen in the future with this. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Grace. Always good hearing from you. Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's a very sexist organization, and even, I remember even when I was a teenager going on a Bible study with my grandmother. I gave the prayer, I think, and she had to put a head covering on. So stupid. Like I'm a 15-year-old punk, and my grandmother's a grown-ass woman. Why is she putting a head covering on? It's like this shame thing that they came up with. It's not biblical at all either. But I get it. The way the organization has shaped things and treated women. It's also very disgusting how they've basically made the victims, like disfellowshipping victims, for what they went through. Oh, what were you wearing to make this man do this to you? It really is disgusting what they have this hierarchy or this whatever it is that they've set up, you know. But this is why this organization doesn't have the truth. They say that Jehovah doesn't change, that truth never changes, right? The governing body member says that. But then we hear of all the changes that are being made even now to this day. Huge changes in 2023. Premature disfellowship from GG from GB. What do you call a DFJW? Premature disfellowship. Yeah, you know, this organization will just tear us apart, and they don't mind lying until they're dead in the grave. They will lie through their teeth to get the what they want. Is someone trying to call in? Go ahead.
Hey, Eric, this is Stefan. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, Stefan.
Can you hear me okay?
A little bit. You're a little in and out.
A little in and out.
Like it comes. It's a little soft. It comes in like a little. It's. I can hear you enough. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to talk a little bit louder. I was just thinking about the sexism that you were talking about, and although certainly Watchtower capitalizes on it, Christian religions as a whole capitalize on it, but we also have to remember that the Bible itself is sexist. There's so many examples of the sexism in the Bible. We'd be here all night talking about it. So that sexism in religions that come from the Bible, like Judaism, Islam, and of course Christianity, is really just a reflection of the sexism that's in the Bible. We have to remember that.
Do you think that everything was correct in the Bible, like the Apostle Paul, what he had to say? Because there are contradictory things. He says a woman shouldn't speak in the congregation, but then we had the prophetess Deborah, the prophetess Miriam, and others that served God, and that were prophets to him. So where do you take it?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's the problem with the Bible. It's all over the place. And as you just said, it is contradictory. But even when you go back and you think about when Moses supposedly lived and they had that war and they went into some city and they killed everybody in the city, old man, boys, younger men, and the only people that were allowed to live were the young virgins. And then they just distributed the virgins amongst the males like you would, cattle or something. So the Bible itself is very sexist, and all these religions that come out of it, they capitalize on that. So they're able to say, hey, the Bible says it right there. Who's the head of the woman? It says it right there in the Bible. So everybody goes with it. But they get that from the Bible. The Bible's a sexist document.
Yeah, I agree. They take it and run with it too, and I guess it's not just sexism. It's a lot of things. They take anything they can. They love the tithing part of it, and they love to, not just the Jehovah's Witnesses, but all religions really. They love that part of it. Not all religions. Not all religions tithe and do that.
Right.
But yeah, really good point, Stefan. I agree.
Even if you extend it just a little bit, we won't go deep with it. But if you even think about the topic of slavery, there's slavery all through the Bible. It was even mandated there in the Mosaic Law and regulated. How many times did Jesus use illustrations where he talked about slaves? The master had slaves, and the slaves did this, and the slaves did that. And then you have that one runaway slave, I believe his name was Onesimus. Apostle Paul never says to him, we're Christians now. You shouldn't be a slave. No, he tells him to go back and essentially be the best slave that you can be. And then with Jesus, not only using illustration after illustration with slavery, but Jesus never says one human being should not own another. So you can take the slavery and you can put that right up there with the sexism. I think the Bible is a horrible document when you really take the emotion out of it and look at what it's actually saying. It's a horrible document. And so you can see why people who profess to be of these very religions can do some of the most horrible things, and they get it right from the Bible. They take it and run with it, and use the Bible to justify it.
It makes sense to me too that man would corrupt the Bible to create it in a way to fit their needs, not God's. I'm not saying that the Bible is all full of crap at all, and I don't want to get too biblical, but like there are contradictions, and because of those contradictions, these men in power, whether they're governing body members or Latter-day Saints leaders, cult leaders, they're all blind leading the blind, and they're not who they say they are. Even I think Joseph Smith is their prophet or whatever. Probably the comparable to what Russell is to Watchtower.
Yep. So anyway, I just wanted to mention that. Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, thanks, Stefan. Always good hearing from you, man. Let's see. That's a funny comment. Was Bathsheba sexting David? Yeah, maybe not back then. Let's see. I think it is also important to remember that the Bible was written by men. Sexist parts could have been added by men, couldn't they? From Bob Roberts. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it really does seem like the Bible's been twisted a little bit. At least we have good things about it, about how not to kill, right? There's morality. I'm not knocking the Bible at all. It's just that men have used it as a weapon against us, and it gets old. And the governing body, they don't even come close. When the daily text, it's not, when they give a scripture and they don't even give the whole scripture. It's like they'll give like 2 or 3 words out of it, and then build a whole theme, daily text out of 3 words or 4 words or 5 words. They never give the full scripture, and if they do, it's still coming from that poisonous silver sword that they have twisted so much that it doesn't make sense anymore. But anyways, yeah, the witnesses certainly have twisted the truth, haven't they? Is anyone out there wanting to give a comment?
Yeah, I get Dick Torgy again.
Hey,
I just like to be noted that, how are you? When the Sanhedrin, they're the ones that over 613 times, they added their own rules to govern people with. Moses gave them 10 commandments. They added 613. And some of those things that they were doing came from a very dastardly organization called the Sanhedrin. They would whip somebody 40 lashes, less one. They would stone people for adultery or something like that. You know, God, our Heavenly Father didn't say, listen, if you catch somebody being an adulterer or adulteress, dig a big hole, throw them in it, and let their family start stoning them to death. Same thing with the Watchtower. They make up their own rules. They make up their bedroom laws. They make up who can get divorced, who can get disfellowship, and these laws change all the time. Just like when you have the Trump administration's in office, then here comes Biden. He changes everything that Trump does. If hopefully Trump gets back in, he's going to change everything that Biden did. It's all political, and it's so deep in BS. Thank you.
You know, I don't get political to piss off my audience, but I'm going to get a little political, Dick Borghi, because you struck a nerve. With Trump, the thing is that he was running a clean ship. You can like him or hate him for the horrible things that he said, but you know, when it comes down to it, this guy is like Teflon because nothing's sticking to him, and Biden's in trouble, and his son is in real trouble. And I don't even know. The thing is, and this is just my thinking. I don't know if Donald Trump can save America now. We're in big trouble. It is not racist to not want people illegally here coming over the border. It's not racist at all. We have borders for a reason so that we're not overrun. And if all these people are coming here with no jobs and they're in the cold, what do you think is going to happen? You know, I know we're getting off topic, but we're headed in a bad situation. And Watchtower is going to use any bad situation to go see. We're at the end. The collapse of America is here. But there's a lot going on, and Trump has a big job. Whoever is president has a big job to fill to fix this country from what Biden's done. Our gasoline and our produce and everything is through the roof, and we're in trouble in all different spectrums.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is Jeff. I just want to say hello, sir. I don't like seeing this getting political as far as what we're talking about Watchtower. But I want to comment. Watchtower will take certain scriptures or multi-scriptures and support their what they believe in as far as their doctrine, and they push that on everybody, and that's what I got to say there.
Well, you're right, and you know, they push that doctrine, and you're right. I don't want to get too political either, but to tie this in, they push their doctrine like the globalists push their doctrine. They must be in bed with the globalists or the powers to be, because they're all kind of in cahoots together. Watchtower uses much of the tactics that these globalists use to mind control and to emotionally blackmail you. But anyways, yeah, I agree, Jeff. They really are. Oh, go ahead.
And propaganda, Eric. Their propaganda is the same like the mainstream media, putting out false propaganda to make you believe their mindset and continually brainwash you.
Yeah, great comment.
Okay, and then I just want to throw something that's a little profound. I really like the band Genesis. Now, way back when, before Genesis, when Phil Collins and Peter Gabriel split, they wrote that song. Peter Gabriel wrote it. It's called The Carpet Crawlers. You got to get in to get out. So you get in under the illusion that you're entering this great world that's supposed to be heavenly and awesome, but then you realize it's a dystopian nightmare. So therefore, you've got to get in to get out. And it's the same thing these globalists are trying to propagate, that, hey, we're leading into this great utopian world, but it's really a hellish dystopia where they want us to eat bugs and just be mindless robots.
That's basically that's right on cue. And Watchtower, there's two things that similarities that I'm sure there's more, but that two specific things that I saw similarities with Watchtower is that they've kind of changed paradise a little bit, and they've said that the governing body helpers, I guess, are going to tell you where to live, and you'll be happy even if it's not somewhere you want to be, and they'll tell you what you're going to do for work, and you'll be happy doing it. The globalists are pushing that you won't own anything, and you'll live in a different society, and you'll be happy. You'll never own anything. You'll always be paying for something. You never truly own the object is their goal. And there's just so many similarities. Then the government's pushing the jab. The Jehovah's Witnesses push the jab. Whether it's good or bad, it's not. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying that there are similarities with the government and Jehovah's Witnesses, and I agree with you.
Hello, Eric.
Yeah.
Hey, can I share something? Can I share something
Hey,
with
Gigi.
you guys?
Go ahead, buddy.
No, this is Jesse, Gilbert's brother.
Oh, Jesse. Sorry, Jesse. You guys sound alike.
We just got out of the trucker convoy right here, right by the Mexican border. And people from all over the country peacefully organized here in Yuma, and they're going all over the southwest border, and peacefully saying that, hey, there has to be a little bit of law and order. There has to be a little bit of love for your country. Do things legally. My parents came over in the 50s. But I agree with your last two callers were beautiful callers saying about the globalists and politics. But I just want to share something. It's not political, but this thing about saying, I don't want to talk about politics is like sticking your head up in a war. You're going to get shot. Let me give you an illustration. There was a news article about that. One of the biggest purveyors of the illegal immigration are churches, NGOs, non-governmental organizations. If you go to jw.org and you look up NGOs or churches involved in illegal immigration or United Nations migration replacement, you won't find the Jehovah's Witness news article on that. But they criticize Christianity on everything. They criticize Easter. They criticize everything. But now when the churches are involved in illegal immigration, Jehovah doesn't criticize them. So they are political. They are political. Their silence is political. They're in on it. And so to say, I'm not going to get involved in politics, politics is everything. Politics is how we're going to die. It's how we live and breathe. It's like Jesus. He wasn't political, but political crucified him. Politics are everywhere. And so all we just have to be aware of our surroundings is a better way to say it. Be aware of our surroundings. We don't have to get involved in electoral politics, I understand. But understand that we're being replaced right now. And like you said, by the globalist agenda. I just wanted to share that with you.
No, great point, Jesse. Thank you so much for calling in. I mean, we have to protect ourselves from all cults because we were raised in a Jehovah's Witness cult, and there are political cults as well on both sides, on all sides. You have to critically think for yourself and come to a conclusion. And that's the greatest thing is that we're going to disagree, but we all come together and talk about it and can come to some kind of conclusion, or at least even if we all agree to disagree, we're not all in a cult and thinking the same, because that's the most dangerous mentality to have.
And I'll leave you guys thinking. Yes, I'll leave you guys and have a blessed evening.
Bye-bye.
Oh, thank you. God bless you, Jesse.
Hey, free thinking, Eric, not programmed thinking. You know,
Good
and
point.
the only Jesus really got upset was when he turned over the tables of the money changers, because he knew that that's where the evilness and corruption lied. So look at our government now. All the truth is coming out. How many of these so-called elected politicians are all controlled by money, and all these nefarious people that contribute to the cabal? It's just a big mafia job. And we're the suckers. We're the suckers, and that's why they want us to start killing ourselves in the streets so they can continue to capitalize.
Yeah, it feels like that there is a division amongst United States of America right now, and I'm sorry this is getting a little political, but you know, it ties in with Watchtower, because Watchtower has civil war too. We have PMEs, PMOs, POMEs, I don't know, all different acronyms, physically and mentally questioning, right? All different types of people, factions that they have caused, just like the government is causing civil war. There's civil war with Watchtower, not to mention XJWs, apostates, disassociated, disfellowshipped ones, and then you even just have, they'll label somebody like, oh God, that gal from King of Queens. She was in, she escaped. Carrie. No, that's her. I can't remember her name. She escaped Scientology cult, and had Lloyd Evans on and others, Jehovah's Witnesses, and they deem her as an apostate. And it's like she's not even baptized. You know, she's not even in your cult or ever had any. And they'll do that to the media, and everybody's the enemy. You know, it's everybody else. It's not us. But anyways, sorry for ranting. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking, are you talking about Leah?
Leah Remedy. Thank you. Leah Remedy. I couldn't remember her name. Yep.
Yeah, she did a program on, I forget what it's called, but she was, I think it was 2 or 3 seasons where she was talking about the different, her experience in Scientology and probably other cults as well.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart, and she did a lot of exposure for Scientology, and showed the witnessed the similarities, and showed us the similarities of Scientology and Jehovah's Witnesses. The biggest thing they have in common is when you leave the organization, how they stalk you and creep up on you and get in your personal business.
Exactly. They tried it with me for a little while, but until I disassociated myself, then they stopped.
Yeah, so you disassociated, and then they stopped. They just stopped. They gave up trying to get you back.
Well, not 100%. I mean, I've been out for 18 years now, and up until, I want to say, as recently as last year or the year before, I still had one elder that was still reaching out to me, reaching out, you know, in air quotes.
Yeah.
I put that. But I would say it's through my mother, probably more than likely, because she's probably the one that's the most concerned in air quotes as well, about me. But I'm living the best life I've ever lived right now. And the sad part about her is that she's in her, well, she just turned 70 last year, so, and I'm 40, so she's 30 years older than me. And she's been in for most of her life, and she's probably going to die in the cult. And I haven't talked to her in almost 4 years, and I don't really care to, because at one point she just kept, it was right around the end of 2020, she just kept pushing and pushing, and like, oh, you got to come back, you got to come back. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. So I messaged her on the anniversary of my father's death, which was December 17th of 2020. He died in 2010. but that was the 10-year anniversary. So I just sent her a message to say, hey, you know, it's been 10 years, blah, blah, blah. And then she just proceeded to message me back with some JW propaganda. And that's all she really said. And I decided at that point that I was completely done. I didn't want to hear this no more. So I never responded to her after that. She never tried to call me. She texted me like maybe half a month after that. I didn't respond to that either. And that was it. I haven't talked to her in almost 4 years. And I'm good with that, you know, but this is the kind of thing that this organization does to families. And my example is just one of millions.
You're good with that, but deep down inside you're not, because you wish it didn't have to be that way. Like you wish that it didn't have to be toxic, right?
Right.
Or am I
I
putting
mean,
words in your mouth?
I do have some kind of no, you're right. I mean, I do have some kind of hope deep somewhere in the back of my mind that she wakes up. But as any good XAW researcher will come to know, that waking up process has to be done on their own part. It can't be from anything that we would try to tell them or push shove in their face, because it's not going to work that way.
It's just like an alcoholic or a drug addict. They have to accept who they are, what it is, or what problem it is they have. It might seem bizarre to compare it to something like that, but it is, because it's denial.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great comment, brother.
Yeah, it's really good to see you back. I'll be back, and I hope you've been feeling better. I know the last couple of weeks you were a little bit under the weather. You had some things happen, so I'm glad you're back on the program.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm doing all right, you know. Doing the best I can, and it's good to be back on my feet. Be a little more healthy for sure.
Yeah, by the way, have you heard from Joe and Fran? Because they haven't been live in probably at least 3 weeks to a month. And
Joe and Fran aren't on Six Screens anymore. They're on Vern's program. I think it's called Fixing My Faith, and they're on Wednesdays at like 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
okay, I know they had their own channel too, but I don't know if they.
Yeah, their own channel didn't work out. They admitted that they didn't have the computer savvy for it, so they're on Vern's channel. They had a show just this last Wednesday. Every Wednesday they have a show, I think. I do miss them. I wish they stayed with Rick. Maybe it was a time or issue or whatever. They are a little older, but yeah, they're good people, and they still have their show, and they're still putting up a fight for the XJW community. They're very feisty, and I appreciate how it only like a year and a half or 2 years they've been awake, and they've been on radio shows and fighting Watchtower, and they're very I look up to them, and I think that they've got really good values, and it's so sad that like I know my entire family shuns me. I'm 42 years old. They're in their 60s or 70s. I mean, that's horrible. I mean, these people should be their kids should be taking care of them, you know, and being there for them in their older age, like they were there for them in their younger age. I'm just so disgusted with the mindset that Watchtower has done to people. I liken it to Lord of the Rings, and Gimli says something that orcs they're mindless, because he talks about the Uruk-hai. These are not mindless orcs. Because that's what Sauron had. He had minions that were just mindless, that did their bidding, and that's what Watchtower's people are. They're mindless orcs that do their bidding. Even if it's horrible, even if it's to their own family, they'll do it.
Hello, Eric.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is Jeff. Yeah, I mean, they've destroyed a lot of families through shunning and the disfellowshipping, and having no communication with their loved ones that, their family members and stuff like that. This organization, some of these, the governing body, they need to be jailed, they need to be imprisoned, and Watchtower's assets need to be seized. And I know that they preach against it. They preach that this is going to happen to them and everything else. Well, it has never happened to them. It never will happen to them until there's some initiative that the governments will take and work forward in doing this, in seizing their assets and prosecuting these guys for putting out literature and information that to disfellowship people and seize or any way to destroy relationships between people and their families and friends and everything else. I can't say it enough. I'm sorry. I ain't got all the words, but thank you.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate it, Jeff. Thank you.
Hey, Eric.
Somebody who was a Jane Spitfire in the comment section says that the Borg, she says the Jehovah's Witnesses are like the Borg in Star Trek. I'm not a Star Trek fan. I'm a Star Wars fan. However, I am very familiar with Star Trek, and I know who the Borg are, and I understand it. The Borg are like a cybernetic / like humanoid or some kind of living being combined in one, and they all have the same mentality. They're all a part of the same collective. They're a cult, basically. They all think the same. They all are the same. They have no individuality, and they all are there for the Borg, for the greater of the Borg. And that's what the org is, the organization. And it's been called that in the XJW community, the Borg, for a long time. But I thought I'd throw that comment out there to Jane Spitfire. Is someone trying to speak up?
Yeah, that was me, Eric.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, who is the gentleman that just called and said the relationship between he and his mother?
I think that was Jeff.
That was me. Yeah, that was me. I'm Aaron.
Oh, Aaron.
Yeah.
I want to thank you so much for bringing that up, because this is something I'm having to contend with very recently. Like, I retired and I fell on some hard times, but anyway, so I stayed with my mother and my stepfather, and they're both devout Jehovah's Witnesses. I was raised by them, one of the reasons why I left. But anyway, to make a long story short, my mom is 85 years old now, and she is still such a devout Jehovah's Witness. And I sent her the news article when they found out, because she's in Hawaii, and when they found out this elder was basically raping young girls on the same island that my mom lives on. And when I sent her that, it was a news clipping from their own Hawaii news channel. And it showed that there was a $40 million thing, right, that was judged against this so-called elder. But anyway, she did not even text me one thing back. And then this is something I've been having to swallow for mostly my whole life, because, I'm Asian, and we're just taught to respect our elders no matter what, and don't backtalk and all that baloney. But I had to speak my mind finally, because I'm just too old and I don't want to deal with it anymore just to appease my mom, because she's so ingrained in her thinking with the Watchtower and the Jehovah's Witnesses that she'll continue to do the same thing your mom was doing, that in a roundabout way try to preach to me and saying, yeah, you should come back to Jehovah. Till finally I just kind of unleashed on her via text, because I didn't want to unleash on her on a phone call. And I just let her basically have it in all of the truth. Like, you guys deny the elements at your so-called memorial. It's a black mass. You deny the deity of Jesus Christ. And once I told her that, like, it's basically I had to reverse disfellowship. So, you know, if you're awoke to the Watchtower shenanigans, you basically got to do a reverse disfellowship because you can't crack them out of their spell. So I know what you're saying because they're just so ingrained with that brainwashing. I don't know what can actually shake them out of it. But now, to make a long story short, I hardly talk to my mom now. She'll rarely ever call me. And when she calls me, it's just baloney, superficial stuff. Like, oh, how's the weather? And it's just, there's no emotion. There's no ongoing conversations about life and maybe something I could bounce off of her without a contrived reaction from the JW scripture that's taken out of context. So now I'm realizing eventually I'm going to get that call probably soon. I mean, she's 85. And I've already come to the conclusion that I do not want to go to her funeral service. She's going to be cremated. I think a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses go to cremation for some reason. And I used to be an embalmer. And I noticed that about the Jehovah's Witness faith. I'd say 98.99% of them do cremation. So anyway, if I am not going to go to my mother's memorial service and be preached to again at her moment of death. I'm just not going to do it. And here's the long story too. My brother.
I'm just gonna. I'm not interrupting. I'm just adding to you. It's the JW funerals are so goddamn fucking depressing. Sorry for cursing.
Yeah.
But like, it's an advertisement, buddy. You're gonna listen to an advertisement. You're gonna hear, oh, she was a good sister, blah blah blah, and then it's gonna be an ad for the next 20 minutes.
No, it's a cookie cutter sermon that all of the Jehovah's Witnesses do. I mean, period. Yeah, it's a script, and then they won't go to other people's funeral. Like I went back home last year because my dear friend died, and he was another one that came to Christ because he was raised in the religion. That's how we became friends, right? But when he died, his mom was at his service, of course, because she's the mom. I mean, she's the mom. And then my mom went to the service because that's how we met. Both of our moms worked together because they were both beauticians. But anyway, what really got me is after the funeral service of my dear friend, he died a Christian. He is with my Lord Jesus. But here's the kicker, right? We come back from the gravesite service, and then they're serving lunch Hawaiian style, right? So then the pastor, he was a Christian pastor. He came up and blessed the food before everybody partaked. And then I didn't know, of course, my mom and dad sat at the table that they were all JWs. And before, I was already eating because they said grace. And then I noticed they're not eating, and they're all saying an additional prayer, the Jehovah's Witness, before they ate their meal. Check that out.
Yeah, wow. I tell you, the Bible says that you will know that you are my followers if there's love amongst you. Where's the love? You guys are claiming you're God's people. Where's the love? Show me the money. Show me the love. I don't see it, brother.
Aaron, thank you so much for bringing that up, but that's something I'm battling with right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish you the best, and to be honest, I don't plan on going to my mom's funeral either when it happens. So.
Yeah, but isn't that sad? That's a hard thing to wrap your mind around, but I'm just not going to do it. I just can't do it.
I don't even know what my parents look like because it's been 8 years since I've physically seen them, and they don't have Facebook or anything. I have no idea what they look like. I haven't talked to them. I want to. They don't. You know. What pisses me off is let's see, Sonia Erickson, the character that was in Watchtower's drama. And she got disfellowshipped, and she's calling her parents, right? And the mother looks at the cell phone, and she ignores it. And the daughter that's calling, that's disfellowshipped, is like at a payphone, or kind of not at a payphone, but like on the side of the street on her cell phone, just like feeling lonely, it looks like, and wanting to talk. Why doesn't Watchtower show what really happens? Me calling my parents when I'm blocked because I'm an apostate, and leaving a voicemail, which I know goes through, and telling them that I'm bleeding internally in the hospital and that I might have to take blood, and no phone call back at all. I mean, this is not love. They call it a loving arrangement. That's the gaslighting. This is sick and disgusting, and that's what my theme for tonight is: Watchtower's truth. You know, when Dan and Angela can come on, I want to have another show of what truth really is. What is really truth. But yeah, man, they're hurting us, and they're causing us to have uncomfortable situations. I'm so sorry for both of you not wanting to go to your mother's funeral. Not because you're bad people, because it's bullshit. You know that and it's just so sad. I didn't go to my grandfather or my grandmother's funeral on Zoom because that's all they would give me. They wouldn't even let me go. They didn't give me the option for me to fly down there and up there and go to it. And it was just a fuck you to me. Sorry, everyone. Be so bluntly swearing, but that's what it was.
Yeah.
And he called me last minute. It was like, "Oh, your grandfather died, and his funeral's in 2 hours. If you want to hear it." I'm like, "I don't want to hear it," because I knew exactly what it was going to be, and I just felt like it was a disrespect to me too. And I was close to my grandfather, even though he wasn't the best man, but he was an okay man. He was an elder. I don't. Sorry for all you ex-elders, but I don't like elders.
No. Hey, Jehovah's Witnesses, the modern day Pharisees.
Yeah. Honestly, I think they're worse.
Yeah.
I think the Pharisees, if they were resurrected right now, they go, "Oh shit, we never did that."
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
I mean, think about it: technology, brainwashing, TV. What does the TV do? It's a television program, programming your mind. I mean, why is it that you're at the bar, right? You order some food, and you're there for maybe company, maybe a casual conversation, or you're with friends, or just enjoying whatever, and the TV's on, and you don't care about the TV, but for some reason your mind goes to it, your eyes go to it every time, almost everybody, even if you're not interested in the program. It's just like there's something that it does to your brain to make you look at it. It's a distraction. And that's what Watchtower uses. They use that distraction, and they use the same advertising techniques that people do, right? Choosy moms choose Jif.
Yeah.
Slogans like that have gone along all the years. All these. I got this AT&T commercial memorized in my head, and from the two guys from what was it, the Scrubs. I mean, it's like, come on. That's exactly what Watchtower's doing. They're using advertising techniques. Sorry, I'm ranting. Does anyone want something to say?
I do. Can I?
Let's let the sister talk up.
I actually went back in only because I wanted to talk to my daughter,
sure,
and my grandkids. And I was in, but I wasn't. I knew what the truth really was. Didn't believe it. Don't believe it. Never will believe it. I know what it is. And now I won't walk in their doors again. But my dad had died, and my dad believed everything that they said. Yeah. And he had gotten cancer, and an elder told him that my dad got squamous cancer, and an elder told him that if he got operated on, that the cancer would spread to his body. Well, if he got operated on, it would have been the end of it. He would he would have gotten rid of it and he would have survived. Instead, this thing grew and grew into a mass that grew into his brain that killed him a horrible death. So this elder was horrible to my father. They wouldn't let him walk into the hall because my father stunk from the cancer on him. And he was just cruel to my father. And that elder had the nerve to come up to me after the funeral and give his regards to me. And I was glad that I went to the funeral because I got to tell that elder what I thought of him. And, tell him that Jesus said that if somebody mistreats one of these little ones, that it's worse off for him than putting a millstone around his neck. And that's the way this guy really deserves to be treated.
I'm sorry, honey.
These people that take on that responsibility deserve that. They do so many cruel things to people. And listening to you two guys talk, I hear the pain, I hear the pain. And it's not just it's a generational pain. It's not, my parents, both of them, shunned me for 14 years. And it was only at their, at the times that they were on the verge of death that they talked to me, allowed me to talk to them. And it's because of this organization that takes on this power that they want to rule people's lives and destroy people's lives in such a terrible way. So anyway, that was my point. Listening to you guys just moved me to want to share with you.
I'm so sorry what happened to your father.
Yeah, he died before his time, but it just shows this organization has a lot to answer for. And I'm glad that they're having so many lawsuits against them that hit them where their pocketbooks are, because that's what they deserve. So,
Debbie Moore in the comment section says that this poor sister on the phone, oh my God, that's horrible what happened to her father. And I know Debbie Moore, she's been through a lot too, and we're all sorry for your pain.
oh,
I'm so
you don't
sorry.
know the half of it.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that I mentioned my situation and my mother hasn't even died yet, but I'm so sorry to hear what you had to go through.
Well, listen, there's so many people out there that have been hurt by this organization. But the good thing is that we have a community that we can help each other past it.
Amen.
And I left the organization because I did my research, and it was because I saw that they weren't telling the truth, that they were preaching a lie. And other people have left because they see the pain that they inflict on other people, and with the child molestation that they allow to continue and foster. There's so many reasons that this organization is just terrible. But the important thing is that we help each other. We stand up for each other, and we support each other.
Amen. That's why I'm so thankful for this program and for people like you.
Well, I think Barbara Anderson is a wonderful person, and Rick Farron, and to have programs like this, they're so helpful for around the world, and that's what's an amazing thing.
Amen.
You know, just to add to you both, I've only been let's see, I've been associated with Six Screens 1 year since Thanksgiving just passed, and Desiree and I, my wife and I didn't have one single friend in my phone book because I've been in complete isolation, complete, just nobody for several years. And since Six Screens, I have all kinds of friends. In fact, there's a guy, I can't give his name. You know who you are in New York if he's listening. And I'm sorry I didn't get back to you yet. Just been a little bit busy this week. But we have a community here, and my point is that I have since Rick's show, I've actually got really good friends from this. I'm not going to mention any because I'll forget some and then offend them, but they know who they are, and I'm really grateful for that. You know, Rick, what Rick does is a lot of self-sacrifice. I couldn't do it. I'm 42. He's what, 70? I'm not sure, 73 maybe. I'm not quite sure how old Rick is, but he is very mentally sharp, and he's very much dedicated. And you know what? It's not just. I had one person say that Rick was angry at Watchtower, but no, I think Rick. He may be, sure, but I think Rick has love for people. And he's my point being, and even with Joe and Fran, even though they've gone to another network, he's drawn people to him that can create a social network, and we can all talk to one another and heal with one another and tell each other's stories, like this sister with her poor experience with her dad. Sorry, I don't mean to over talk anybody that's trying to talk on the telephone.
But Eric, here's how I see it. I give Rick Farron the homage that he deserves because he's been doing this a very, very long time.
Oh, he's the OG.
Old adage,
He's the original. You know, 19 years.
old adage goes, right? Yeah, the old adage, often imitated, never duplicated. Yeah, Rick Farron, you're the original.
Yeah, we love you, brother. I was never associated with any XJW community, and I have tried before, but it didn't really work out except this one, you know. And there's a lot of good people here, and we disagree, and I'm cool with that too. At times, I think we have a really good. I think we have a really good community here, man. A really good community, and I think the witnesses would be surprised what we're capable
I think
of.
we have the best one. Yeah, I think we have the best one, Eric. You're such a godsend, Eric. You reach us in different ways, and we're really tracking on you, brother. I didn't even know you were out. I mean, can you kind of fill me in? If you don't have to give me details, but what happened? Why were you offline a little bit?
Offline?
Yeah, you didn't have a show, right? Two or three times.
Rick got rid of late night, and then so I guess that was the end of that. And now he has me on a spot that Joe and Fran were doing, basically.
Oh, I see. I gotcha.
And he's a lot. For some reason, he's letting it go later, and he'll even let the phone line go and cut off the YouTube thing at times. Because the problem is we were getting people who were just straight up disrespectful. We were getting, I don't even know if it was drunken Bethelites, really. I was having a big problem with Wyatt Earp, and so was Linda James. And I think that's Wyatt Earp was one of them. And I'm not going to mention the others, but I'm not afraid to say Wyatt Earp because everybody knows that guy's out of line. And he hasn't called in, and he hasn't been around. And I'm sorry if I offend you if you're listening, Wyatt. You know, you can always change, brother, and show some love and kindness to us. But yeah. So that's why I was gone for a little while. And then I had a show that was renamed Awakening After the Watchtower that I did with Daniel. And I think Daniel's going through some problems right now. I'm not, I know he is. But I'm not going to say anything about it. And I love Daniel. And Daniel, if you're listening, you're my brother. And I hope you get through whatever is ailing you. But it was supposed to be me and him as co-hosts together. And it's just me now. And sometimes I'll be on with Dan and Angela. And there should be another show that we'll do a part 2, I hope. And this one was more of what Watchtower's truth is. And I want to do one with Dan and Angela if they agree to it. Because this was their idea, was to do a show about what is truth. So that's what the next show should be about, is what is truth. Because that's what they came up with. And that's their show, with me. But they're great, beautiful people. I think he told me he's going out of town. So, we'll make another show for him when I come on the next time or whatever.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Were you going to say something?
Oh no, I just said thanks, Eric.
Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you for your comment, and I appreciate you, man. You're on point with everything you're saying too. And big mess Watchtower's in and what they've caused. It's like in the military, if you throw a grenade in a room and then go in and then see the aftermath, and that's what Watchtower has done. But it's been a slow grenade that's been going on for 100+ years, and there's just a big mess from all this. There's a lot of mental illness. A program that Dick and Constance talked about, Borgie, last week. Huge problem. Excuse me, everybody. But yeah. Anyways, is there anybody else that wanted to talk before I go on
Hi,
another point? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, this is Grace from Sweden.
Hey, Grace.
I mean, Eric, you're not the only one who is being attacked here on Six Screens. I mean, Leather King told me that I was like Hitler, and nobody even really cared about it. And I mean, people in the comment section have said that I am a man hater, that I hate men. I don't know really what people have been telling you, Eric, but I have been highly attacked here on Six Screens. And right after my mother died, I think I know how long time it took for my mother to die, because I sat by her side night and days, and we were actually 3 sisters that took turns. And the reason why we really had to take turns, 3 sisters, because it took a very long time for my mother to die, and she got no water and no water in the arm either, or many. It got up to a point that my mother actually started to hallucinating from not getting water such a long time. And here on the Six Screens, I have been practically called a liar, because people in the comment section said that it takes between 3 up to 4 days for a person to die without water. And they are lying. because I sat by my mother's side, and it was very, 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 very different than just 3 or 4 days. It took much longer time for my mother to die without water. And for this, I have been called very bad things here and being attacked here on the 6 screens. And I just think it's not fair, but I think it's also because I'm a woman that I'm getting attacked and nobody really come to my defense. So I'm just saying, Eric, I feel that you have been attacked also, but you're not the only one, and I have to try to endure things that people tell me here. Oh, that's all from me. Thank you.
Sure. I'm sorry you feel attacked. I don't feel attacked, actually. Me personally, I was dealing with, an asshole. And it's just that when you have somebody on your show that won't shut the F up and just keeps going and going and going, and their only purpose is to troll you, not just you, but like your entire program and Rick's show, and cause chaos and arguments. That's what I was getting at. I didn't feel attacked. So I just want to make that clear. But I am very sorry that people have called you certain things. That I don't mean to be hard. It's just life, because I've been slandered a lot too, and I'm sorry you went through that. I don't know what I can do to help you through that, but because I can't fix it for myself. I've been slandered by every elder, my family. Sorry that my camera's off. I'm reading some of the comments on the comments section, but I know what you're going through, because I've been called out on things. Some of them have been true that I've been called out on, which is a good thing for me personally. But slander exists, and it's in all aspects of our life, or name calling, or whatever you want to call it.
Eric?
Sorry yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to...
No, this is open to the audience. Go ahead, hon.
I just wanted to speak to Grace. I just wanted to tell Grace, this is Carrie, when we were in the suite. I am Carol Paradise in YouTube. I want to tell you, Grace, you are a delight, and I love you to pieces. And you don't worry about what other people say. The heck with them. You know who you are. What you say is true. Do not worry.
Thank you, Carrie, because it's really hurtful. I miss my mother very, very much. So it's really hurtful when they sit here and lie about my mother. Like I'm a liar. It's really hurtful because, I try to not care. But it's when they talk about like how long time it takes for my mother to die, that's just, I'm trying to not care about what they say to me. But when it comes to my mother, that's just too much to handle. I can't handle.
I know, sweet.
She was my everything. She was my everything.
I wish I could say something to make you feel better. But just know, Grace, that you are loved. We do care about you. I miss not hearing from you. I want you to be happy. I know you're going through a bad time right now, but just know that people do care. We do care. And that we're sorry, so sorry for what you're going through. and it's a wonderful thing that you can express yourself to us, because many of us have stories like yours that are really, really sad. But just know that we love you, and I appreciate hearing from you. And when you don't call, I miss you.
Well, thank you, Carrie. I know you care about me, and I know.
Yes.
Yes, when I hear your voice, it just brings a smile to my heart. When I hear your voice.
You're going to be in my prayers tonight. I will be speaking in your behalf. Don't be too sad. I mean, you have to cry. You know, it's the beginning of healing. Tears are the beginning of healing. And it's good that you're getting this out, and you're getting this out to us, your family. We are your family.
Grace?
So,
yes,
all right, I'm going to let you go, honey.
Hey,
There's another sister coming on, I think.
Grace, it's Pixie.
Hi, Pixie.
I did the work, Grace. I did the work for both parents, and it can vary, and you have done the work. You loved your mother so much, you did the work. The people that quote textbook to you of this many days or that many days, they have not done the work, dear. I weep with you. I'm sorry for your loss, and know that you did the work.
Thank you, Pixie. It's just
And Grace,
appointment because I thought when I came to the 6 screens that I would come to some place of love and understanding, and instead several people, usually men, but they have been attacking me for practically just for being a woman, I feel.
Well, they haven't done hospice work for one thing, and the world's made up of people that have done the work and those that have not, and you and I have done the work, and they're probably just trying to undermine the larger picture of us telling the truth about a lot of things. And it's sad that they're haughty and they think they know, when the new video yesterday from Kim was noting information of how they're taking elderly property now because they have the blood card and the other legal forms. Fortunately, I had the legal forms for my own property that my dad wanted me to have. So they don't know about elder care and elder issues. You and I do. And some of those people that are still in might be surprised if their granny gives their property away and they don't get it and they're the heir to it and things like that. Because there's all kinds of things going on right now.
I remember when you said they were trying to steal your mother's property.
Yes, well, the new information from Kim yesterday, they're now putting another form with the blood card so that the elderly members end up in a government-assisted living and the Watchtower gets the house. This is in their material this week to elders. They're on a rampage to extort property and more, as we know. And the blood issue, this new brochure for pregnant women, it's very sad. And you and I, we've dealt with life and death. So many of these people, it's something that we all have our personal last day, but you and I have dealt with it of our beloveds. And these people have not done it. It's far removed from them. So just know that you and I are wise. We've put in doing care, and we're adult women, and we are where we are, and we're strong, and we're fierce, and we can cry if we need to. But these other people, they don't have the maturity. They're still with childish things. They haven't put away the childish things. I hope this helps you. I had to call, and I wasn't going to call this late.
Thank you, Picky. It really helps me that you're supporting me, and I want to say thank you to Carrie also for supporting me. It really helps. It does.
Yeah. Well, have a better day and have a sunny day.
If I could just say, love you, Pixie. Have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Hey, Grace. This is Debbie. I know exactly what you're talking about. It taking longer for someone to die without water. I had to watch my mom go through that also, and I was with her. It took from the time she entered the hospital until she took her last breath. It was 5 weeks. And the last week or so is when, well, they never would let her have any water or anything because her intestines ruptured. They had her in an IV for a while, and they were keeping her nutrition up. But they tried to go in and operate on her, but her insides had just jailed to nothing. So they wouldn't even let me even just put a wet washcloth in her mouth or anything. I did those little sponges, that you wet and you could just put inside their mouth, and they get to a point where they're delirious and they're hallucinating. And my mom kept trying to pull her hospital gown off, and it got to a point I was begging God that I didn't believe that God, took people or something, but at that point of watching her suffer all those weeks, and then right there at the end, I was just begging God, please, if you're there, just please take her now, put her out of this misery. I think it's just as hard on the people who are losing their loved ones, I think, as it is on the person that is dying, because you just want their suffering to be over with. And anyway, I feel your pain, hon. I know how tough that really is. It's very painful, and I'm sorry that you have felt like you've been attacked. And yeah, being a woman in this world sucks sometimes. It really does.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of bad
Thank you,
hatred
Deb,
in the comment section too.
It really helps you supporting me. And it's not like I'm feeling I'm being attacked. It's more like it's a fact that I'm being attacked because they have called me these things. So that's more of a fact than a feeling. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Grace, I've been called things too from being on the network that I'm on, and I've been accused of things too. I mean, it just kind of the more you put yourself out, the more you put yourself out there, the more you're gonna get, some people that don't like you, and I'm including myself.
Yes, I understand that they have said bad things about you. But have they called
No, I'm just saying it's a part, like even Gilbert Gonzalez, Jesse, Mikey and Kim, everybody gets bad comments. It happens, honey. We're sorry it happens. I really am. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yes. I just want to know, have they told you that you hate women?
Oh, what's that?
I ask you, have they told you that you hate women and that you are Hitler?
Nobody has said that about me, but one person has accused me of being a pedophile.
Okay. Here on
And there's no foundation to it. He said, "Oh, this guy stroking his beard. I wouldn't keep my daughter around him, And I don't care. I've moved past that. I'm only bringing it up because shit happens, I'm not gonna allow him to have rent in my mind.
But that's the word. Okay, but that word, that P word, it's not the same thing like saying I wouldn't keep my children around them. That's
No,
not
it's,
the same thing.
no, he was calling me a pedophile. He was calling me a pedophile. Everybody knows it that was watching the show. He was calling me a pervert. Like I'm just saying some horrible crap happens to us, and I'm not trying to micromanage. Not micromanage, but I'm not trying to downplay what happened to you and say, oh, it happened to me too. But it does happen. I'm just saying, like it happened. I mean, I think there's a lot of people in the comment section that could probably agree that they've had things called about them too.
But I
think my point being is don't let power over it. If it's not true and you know it's not true, ignore it, because when you just let it go and you ignore it and dump it out, then it does. They're not affecting you anymore, and the comments won't happen anymore because you've proven to be who you are.
But
Like once you show bullies that they don't have the power, but if you keep showing them that they have the power over you, they'll keep bullying you. But if you show them that it doesn't matter, they'll stop. It's been proven. But I'm not trying to be a smart ass. That's the way I look at it.
yeah. And I never heard anybody call you the actual word pedophile. Did anyone use the actual word pedophile on you? Because I never heard it. The only thing I heard was that you were cart crashing and they wouldn't like their children around you. And that's not the same as calling somebody.
I didn't even hear that. I didn't even hear that.
Right, they did say that word about Eric. They did. Yes, the word pedophile. They did.
So
Eric didn't let that take over. He knows he's not a pedophile. So he to give that power.
Okay. But was that in the chat section they wrote pedophile or what?
I'll tell you one thing. This is my show, and this show has gone to crap right now because we need to take a step back and all just love each other, and we're all sorry for each other's pain and being accused of things. I'm sorry, Grace. Let's take a step back and breathe a little bit, have a good show, talk about things, calmly, and you said what you had to say, and we're sorry that people in the comment section have accused you of things. We don't want to make light of it. It happens though. I don't have my own personal YouTube channel because I don't want to deal with the comment section and the criticism. I let Rick deal with it, or I deal with it in person, which I'm better at doing in live than I am writing. But I love you, Grace, and I wish you the best, and like I hope that you I hope the comments ease up on you, and I'm sorry that you went through that.
Okay, let's let Keith talk for a minute. I think he's got something he needs to talk about.
Yeah, I saw that in the comment section. Keith Silver really wanted to talk about something. And if you're still there, buddy.
Hey, Eric?
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Yes, it's Jeff. Hey.
Oh, Jeff. Okay.
It's got money, and they're putting people up to badmouth people that speak against them and tell the truth about them. I mean, they're attacking you. They're attacking everybody. And that's my comment on that. I mean, it's a nasty organization that is a powerful corporation, and that is disguised as a religion, which is really a cult. I've said it before, but can't say it enough, I suppose. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Keith, are you there? I'm trying to get to Keith. He was trying to get in. Looks like he's not here right now. We got to hold on. Hello? Oh, well, looks like Keith ain't here right now. Someone might. I heard someone star six.
Interrupted. What I was trying to say that the things that they tell me, it doesn't hurt as bad as when they call me a liar about how long time it took my mother to die. That's what was really hurtful for me personally. I mean, maybe somebody else takes something else like a hurt, but when they told me I was a liar about how long time it took my mother to die, that was the thing that really got to me, and I tried to not think about it anymore. But when I came on here and they keep telling me bad things, and they won't let it go. I mean, this is a long time ago, and they still don't let me go. They still keep, the same person is still writing in the comment section, calling me a man-hater. First it was with my mother died, and now they keep calling me a man-hater and things. It's the same person. They want
Grace, I'm in the time.
Things go.
Grace, I'm in the chat all the time. I never see comments like that about you. And if it was done, like you said, it was a very long time ago. And we all know that, you know that it's not true. I know it's not true. A lot of people know that's not true. And we understand that, but don't give away your power by letting what someone else says control how you feel, because you know, and you can have a good feeling about that. You know you're not a liar. So, I mean, so everybody's got to let it go. You've got to let it go too. It's hard, but we have to let it go. Rise above it.
Yes, maybe I didn't make myself clear. It's a long time since they called me a liar, because this was in the beginning when I started to call in. Like, I have only called in for a year. But the thing is that they won't let me go. They still, I think it was 7 days ago or something, that they told I am a man-hater in the comment section. And the thing is, the reason why you don't see when they call me a man-hater is because they remove their messages. They are cowards that remove messages. They call me a man-hater 3 or 4 times, speak bad about me, and then they remove their messages from the chat section. That's why you cannot see it, because they print it out and they remove it.
Do they do it immediately when they say it?
It was just 7 days ago, I think it was, when they wrote in the chat that I'm a man-hater and tried to tell everybody that I'm a horrible person who is just a horrible person who hates men.
Well, it got deleted immediately. Obviously, whoever deleted it, it might not have been the person saying it, but because of its negativity and the fact that it was such a terrible thing to say about you, it was automatically removed. Because if I didn't see it, nobody else saw it, you're the only one of them that saw it. So everybody's thinking that about you.
But they answered him also. I saw in the chat they answered him, who are you talking about? And he's like, well, I'm talking about Grace. And those people in the chat section doesn't understand who is this Grace, or is it talking about,
it might not even be you. It could be anybody.
Or they wanted to know if they were like, are you talking about a person, and he was like, yes, I'm talking about Grace. And they didn't understand, because they didn't know any woman here who is a man-hater. So,
well, do you know who the commenter is exactly?
Yeah, I mean, it's the exactly same person who told me I was a liar, how long time it took my mother to die. It's the same person.
Who is this person? What do you have, like do you have a name, like a screen name, or?
I know who it is.
What's the name? Do you have a name? You don't want to say?
Well, difference from me and those people who call me Hitler, a man-hater, and who tell me I'm a liar. I don't want to,
Yeah, I understand.
I don't really want to talk about who this person is.
RC Kim from GUSA in the comment section says, "Do you think the mean commenter knows Grace is targeting her?"
The person who called me Hitler, that's Leather King, of course. I think everybody knows this. But
Yeah, I know. I don't know him, but I've heard of him. He's in the comment sections.
I think everybody already knows this, but the other person, this is another person who I don't want to name, who told me how long my mother took to die, and now for 7 days ago he wrote in the chat section that I'm a man-hater. And I think I have proved beyond reasonable doubt that I'm not. I came on here and I tried to, because Christine couldn't be on the late night show because she was getting attacked and they called her a crybaby. There was a guy that was on to Christine, so she couldn't call in anymore. And I also was arguing with somebody. Linda was getting attacked. There were several women who were not feeling safe here. And that's the reason why I had this suggestion, just women for 30 minutes in the beginning. It was because women were getting attacked on here. And I'm still getting attacked. And this, the six screens is supposed to be a safe place. It's not supposed to be a place where women are targeted because we are already put down in the organization.
Great.
Hey guys.
Great. That person's been banned.
This is Eric, and if I can talk for a second. I messed up and I got kicked out of my the YouTube chat, so I'll be on the phone now, okay?
Okay.
I can still see the chat, but I'm off of YouTube, the video. I just wanted everyone to know I messed up and Rick's not around to fix it, to let me back in. But anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt everyone.
I'm glad I was wondering what happened with the screen. I was going to tell Grace that Leather King, which is also the guy named David, who is also Noodle Squad, he has been banned off of Six Screens. Rick told us that a couple of weeks ago, I think, that he wasn't allowed on there anymore. That person has a very demeaning attitude towards women. He is a very debased individual. And yeah, Grace, if he says something about that, completely ignore him. He's not worth. Hold on.
While she's doing that, this is going on. I'll be real quick if I have to go. But Grace, I just like to kind of tell you, I know that here on Six Screens, things when it would be, people would get really negative. I'm not for sure why, why we as people can be so mean to others. But I will tell you, as a woman who has also been through the same thing, I do appreciate her telling me, sometimes we have to let that go. We do speak up, but don't let them continue to take your shine. And this is a time for you to maybe take a step back. And if you feel that you're degraded here, then maybe take a step back. And, that may help you. But other than ignoring them and maybe just speaking up for yourself, it's expected in this day and time. Unfortunately, we should not have to deal with that. But I would say continue to just speak up for yourself. And like she said, ignore them. Ignore him, ignore them. And that's really the best advice that I think anyone here can give you versus us going on and on about it, because it's not going to take back what they've done. But, we as women, we don't have to tolerate that. And so speak up for yourself even then. But if you feel like it's too much, take a step back, talk to Rick about it. And I think Rick has done all he can now to try to keep these these naysayers back when they're being mean. I think before was a little bit allowed too long, too much. But I think now he's stepped up to stop that. And I think talk to him about that and let him take care of that for you. But I would say take a step back if it's just too much for you, okay? Because no one wants to be talked to or treated that way. But just take a step back. And then, like Eric said, we just want positive vibes. Let's just see how we can all move forward together, and how we can just continue to make this world a better place together. And we shouldn't be here beating each other. We could start of that going to the Kingdom Hall. But I really do just sincerely hope the best for you. And I hope that, I'll be praying for you. And I definitely hope that you'll be able to get over the things that, were said about you. So I just wanted to throw that in there tonight. I love you guys, and y'all have a good night.
Well, thank you. What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Delon.
Delon?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, thank you, Delon, for pitching in for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Grace. I'm sorry.
Yes?
Hi, Grace. This is Kim. I just wanted to tell you that I very much enjoy all the times you get online, and I'm really sorry they're saying that, or they said that to you. And I want you to know that most of us who've been here, we know better. We don't believe those dumb comments. So don't worry about oh no, they're going to think that about me. No, we know better. I know that I get on other forums because I have other interests that I like to find out about, like history and different things. And I see the same thing happening to people. So I do feel like there are people that are supposed to get on forums to irritate some people, to get people fighting. And I think it's kind of something that's been going on lately to get us all angry at each other, because how if people are angrier with each other, then we don't pay attention to what's going on around in our current events and stuff. So I do see that happening. But I'm so sorry for what happened with your mom. And I have my mom too. I take care of her, and I would be terribly sad if that happened. And I'm sorry that happened to you. And I don't know why anyone would say such a thing about that. Maybe they just got stuck on the information about the water thing, but that doesn't take away from how stupid it is for them to even bring it up and how cruel it was. So I'm very sorry about that. Anyway, but I just wanted to let you know that I very much enjoy you, and I'm glad, and it makes me feel happy. You call at a time probably in the middle of the night, or it's early in the morning or something, and you still call here, to this channel, because it's that important. And so I want you to know you're valued here. And I'm sorry to talk so fast, but I'm trying to get in here to get that to you. And that's all I wanted to say. But I care.
Well, thank you very much, Kim, for supporting me, and I could understand everything you said, even if you spoke fast, so I understood you. So yes, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning in Sweden.
Oh, well, it
was like another time when I said I can be on the phone line if somebody wants to talk, and if Rick doesn't shut it down. And then somebody from here, another guy, made a comment, "No, thank you."
Oh,
like that's not a nice thing to say. I mean, I haven't been so bad that somebody won't have to say that to me.
Yeah, I had a couple times something happen where someone was short with me or something, and I felt like, it depressed me. But sometimes some people are just ornery and they like to say, you know, things like that. And other times people don't even realize they said it. But anyway, I'm sorry if I'm talking too fast. I made it hard to understand. I was just trying not to talk too long. Yeah, I do very much. I think you have a lot to share, and we all are going through a lot of different things, you know, that are unique in our experiences. And I do, like I said, I care for my mom. She's 80, so I care for her too. So, you know, we share some things, you know. My mom sort of kind of shuns me a little bit in a little way, like nothing spiritual and stuff like that. I can't do scriptures. I can't ask questions. I can't tell certain things.
Well, hey, listen, I don't mean to talk over everyone, but people are asking me in the comment section, Eric, are you here in the chat now, or are you just listening in? I'm in the chat, Debbie Moore, and the show's still going on, so I've just been listening to the sisters talk.
I'm sorry, though, Eric. I
just wanted to.
Two things.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You wanted to add something, Kim. What did you say?
No, I forget. I just wanted to say those things to let you know, and I hope I didn't take too much time, Eric. And I also wanted to call in and say hi to the show, too. So anyway, I will let you guys talk. And this was important, though. I want you to know, I think it was, because this does happen, and I've seen it on multiple forums. I can name a few, you know, some different ones. There's one person that isn't here right now, like that has been on, that's been ornery, has been banned, who did this on another forum too. And so that one person didn't just do it on one forum, or in other words, one online place. So there is a problem with that. So, and the YouTube creators, like Eric said, YouTube creators have to put up with this. And that's why a lot of people like Eric don't, and you don't want to make a YouTube because it'll upset you when you read nasty comments. And it's just people that are trying to make you stop writing stuff or call, you know, they're trying to stop the activism. That's part of this, it's to stop the activism. So try to think of it, maybe it could be that attack on the channel, not just on us. They're picking on us. They're finding anything they could say just to get us upset on the channel and disrupt what's being said, you know? And so that the whole thing doesn't work. Try to think of that when that happens, if it's okay, Grace, because that'll help you not get to hurt as much, because they're just saying anything they can just to cause problems. I've seen.
But I mean, it was, yes, I just wanted to explain. There was only one person who wasn't like a common six screener, and that was Leather King. All of the other guys who have been rude to me, they were common people on the six screen. And I thank you also, the other who said I should take a step back. I did take a step back. I was gone the entire summer. I was gone 3 months from six screens because of the harassment here. I was gone for 3 months, and then I came back and I tried to talk like that women should be able to talk here also, but I was just interrupted all the time.
You know what, Grace, your whole point about Grace, I'm going to interrupt you. Your whole point about women having a voice was completely ridiculous, because women have so much of a voice on the show. It's stupid. I mean, like, there's a lot of women that have voices on the show. Barbara Anderson, we have Anne Marie, we have Constance, who has a show with her husband, Dick Borging. I mean, you're talking to Debbie Moore and you're talking to Kim right now. And I mean, there's a lot of women voice here, and like you've kind of taken over the show a little bit. We're because like what Kim was saying, and Debbie Moore said, good point, Kim, trying to stop trying to stop Watchtower and continue the activism. The activism is what's important, and that's what we're here for. And I'm sorry that people have called you names, but we don't need to burn up a bunch of time on a show where people are trying to heal as well from what Watchtower did to us. But that's why we're here. We're here for the truth.
Yes, but it wasn't just about me. It was Linda and Christine was called the crybaby, so she didn't call in.
Sure, it happens. We've all been called things. I don't know why we have to burn up a bunch of time about what people have said in the comment section. I know I might be acting a little like abrasive or not empathetic, but I'm trying to be empathetic to other people because we're talking about this. We're here for what Watchtower's done to us, you know, and we have listened to what you've said about it, but now it's continuing itself, and it just keeps going and going, and it hasn't evolved to any new conversation or anything. I'm not trying to be unsympathetic.
So it's not important to you if like women are being shut down.
It's not that it's important. How much time is important? Does it need to be invested in? You know, because we've been talking about it for a long time. I haven't spoken. I've kept quiet for a very long time. But you haven't made a new point. It's been the same thing. It's been the same. Like we get it. We're very sorry for these comments, but like, can we move on to the show and talk about what we've been talking about Watchtower and what they've been doing to us? You know.
Yes, we can move to a different subject, but my subject was also that I'm happy now because lots of women were calling in and talking to me. So that's what I want also. I want more women to call in. So, and that's
I think there's a lot of women that call in.
Yes, they call in and talk to me.
You just talked to a bunch of women. You just talked to a bunch of women that are all on your side. I don't get it.
But I'm not here too often. I was gone. Yes, but I haven't been on too much. I was gone 3 months this summer. I have been gone several months this fall. I'm never here. But excuse me for being here. I should shut up. Thank you. I will be quiet now, so you men can talk.
It's not like that.
Grace, that's not fair. Grace, wait a minute. I gotta say something. Grace, that is not fair. All Eric was trying to do is he has to control the show, and we've all been giving you support. We all totally understand where you're coming from, but you keep rehashing it over and over and over, and he's just trying to move on. He's not trying to put you down because you're a woman. I'm a woman too. And I mean, if I thought that he was being unfair, oh yeah, I'd rip him a new one. You know, I mean, he knows that. He's trying to be fair to everybody, and it's not a male or female thing now. He's just trying to say we've got to keep going, and it doesn't listen. It doesn't lessen your pain any at all. I mean, he's not trying to make light of your pain, is what I'm meaning. He's not trying to be not understanding. Eric is a very kind, empathetic, and loving young man. And I'm old enough to be his mother. I even pretend I'm his mother, you know, by getting on to him and tell him I love him and all that kind of stuff. But he's a good guy. And I don't like it when I feel like you're attacking him as a person because he hasn't done anything wrong. Okay. I love you, Grace. But I love Eric too.
We got Keith Silver on the line, and he's been trying to talk for so long. Let's let Keith talk.
I will.
Okay, hello.
Hey Keith, you there, buddy? Yeah, hey, let's go, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear of the situation of this lady right here on these spam messages are probably coming from Watchtower operatives, but the Six Screens Network will definitely do everything we can to put a stop to those messages, and we'll address those issues. sorry this couldn't have been more organized and so forth. But my message to the Six Screens people right now is don't worry about what other people say. But just like you said a minute ago, let's stick to the issues about the giving moral support to the XJWs who've been abused and everything like that. And that's what my goal is too. Our goal is to help the XJW victims. Many of them are victims of violent crime and so forth. And I can't give names or anything on that, but I just want to let you know how bad these people are. Many years ago, there was a guy that was on the telephone doing a program. The cops come to his door, Watchtower operatives called the cops and everything like that, said he was holding his wife hostage. And the cops got involved and they investigated. Of course, they found it was baloney. And the Attorney General almost got involved in that state and so forth. But they traced the calls, and the calls came from New York or something like that. So we will address those issues. And I'm sorry to hear that this lady was so, disturbed and all that. But please understand that these things do happen, and don't worry about what somebody else says, because if you're going to worry about what somebody else says right now, that's going to tip your apple cart right there, and you're not going to be able to stand up for yourself, or you're not going to be able to think for yourself or nothing. So, as far as what people think about me, or if their people are mad at me for coming on the Six Screens and sticking up for victims of violent crime and rape victims and pedophile victims, well, that's just too bad, So, well. I'm going to be saying good night. I'm going to be saying good night in a few minutes and everything like that. So thank you, everybody, for taking my call, and God bless and be with you. And we'll talk to you next time you come on the program.
Hi, Eric.
Who was that I just talked to? Was that?
I'm Ken. I'm Ken from Michigan.
Ken from Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, brother. I keep seeing in the comment section, Keith Silver wants to talk. Are you there in the phone line, buddy? Oh, maybe not. Well, anyways, let me see here if I can get back onto YouTube, because Rick's over here. Nope.
I'm trying to add you on, Eric. I'm trying to get you on, Eric, but okay, there you are. Eric, you're on YouTube back with us now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, we're trying to get Eric back on here with us, so just hang on with us. We'll get Eric back on YouTube and be able to get things back and out of here. Okay, let's get Eric on. Hello, Eric.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
All right. Sorry, my phone. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I made a mistake.
Okay, you're back with
what do
us.
you want to do, Rick? Do you want to shut it down, or you're probably pretty tired?
Well, I mean, they can, if you want to go a little bit further, that's fine. I mean, it's fine. Say to about 1 o'clock, then 1 o'clock we'll turn over to the telephone. You still want to do it?
Yeah. I'll go for as long as I can. As long as people are still interested too, and as long as the show's going in a good direction.
Very good.
All right, buddy. Hey, thanks for all that you do, Rick. You work really hard.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate you, Rick.
Isn't it great what Rick does for us all, though? We from all different countries, parts of the U.S. and wherever, all over the world, we get to unite and heal together.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to mention too that what makes the program so interesting is all the people that do call in. Everyone has a different perspective. I think Debbie Morse made some very astute comments tonight, because the show has to be for all people, and we can concentrate on certain people at a time, which we might need to do, but then it's time to move on to the next person, because we're trying to comfort as many people as we can, and we like to do it. Some of us have been with the Six Greens longer and have been under a longer program of healing, and some haven't. So those that have been on the longer program of healing are more able to help those who haven't had a lot of time on the show. So we really like to speak to the different people. So if you're hesitating to call in, please do, because we really love having new ones call in. Isn't that true, Eric?
Yeah, it is true. And we love you, Susan. It's really good to hear your voice.
Well, thank you. I've kind of been around tonight, but I just wanted to speak up and, say I appreciate how you handle the show and how you try to include everyone. I think that's important.
I just wanted to say that the blanket, or the thing that you knitted for Desiree, she really loves and always holds it tight, a lot, and we're really appreciative of your guys' love towards us.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed making it for you, and as I was making it, I was thinking of you guys.
It's so beautiful. You're really talented.
And well, thank you. I don't know how talented I am, but I'm glad you liked it.
Is it called crochet? Is that right?
Crochet, yes.
Okay. Yeah. There was some Portuguese women, sisters that did that too, in the hall that I was in.
Well, it's relaxing. Something that I do to help me cope with, being out of the
Yeah,
water.
y'all are in rocking chairs, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh, I said y'all are like in rocking chairs, maybe watching TV or doing something to get.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Hey,
even though it's out 10 years, it's I still need rest. Yes. Yes. Oh, Debbie?
Debbie, want to talk to Susan?
Yeah, I've been meaning to call you, Susan. I'm not, it's getting on my last nerves. I keep knocking my phone out of my hand. Anyway, yeah, I want to talk to you sometime when you have a chance. I want to find out what you do about your trigeminal nerve pain, because mine is really flared up really bad right now, and it's really driving me nuts. I can't get any relief from the pain.
Well,
and I do have pain meds.
Yeah, talk to your doctor, see if he's willing, to give you some. Are you on gabapentin?
Oh my God, you read my mind. That's insane. I was just going to say that. Because I'm on it for nerve pain. Yeah. Or go ahead, girls. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all.
No, it's just, I wish I could give help for Debbie's pain, but, I have finally had to turn to the doctors, because I between all my jaw surgeries and trigeminal neuralgia, it's pretty hard to cope with that. So
I can only imagine.
Well, I go to MGH, which is Mass General, which is a Harvard hospital, and it's probably one of the best hospitals in the country. And I just go along with what the doctors, how they want to treat me. So I have to just, get out of the place I'm in and try to move forward. And I have been. It's been hard and slow, but I I will not let it get me down. I have to keep moving forward. If I don't move forward, no one's going to move forward for me.
That's true. I agree with you. I try not to stop or slow down. I don't even give myself a chance to rest very often because I feel like I don't want to waste a minute I've got left of my life. You know, I got to be doing something. And so I've been coping very well with the pain. But today has been a really a bad day for me today. It's just been, I didn't even wake up till nearly noon. And I never actually even went to bed. I woke up sitting in the same spot that I was sitting in last night when I fell asleep, sitting straight up in just a regular chair. And
well, you know, Debbie, if you're sleeping, that means the pain is at a level where you can sleep. Because usually, if you can't sleep, it's because of the pain.
Well, true, but that's what I said. I never even went to bed. I was in so much pain. I just kept sitting here, and eventually, I just drifted off to sleep because I was so exhausted. But that's the first bit of sleep I've had in like 3 days. But I still, I slept, I think, from exhaustion because yesterday I was out at a doctor's appointment and at Walmart, and I met my daughter and son-in-law for lunch. And so I was just really tired, and I'm still tired, but I've been up ever since I woke up at noon. You know, it's been like 12 hours that I've been up, and I didn't accomplish anything so much today. And I totally spaced out on the chat and everything today. I just happened to turn I have YouTube on my TV, and I caught Rich and Connie's show. I told Dick I would start trying to call him Rich because that's what he would rather be called. And I've been watching it all that time, and I just joined the chat in the middle of Eric's show. That's when I first started doing the chat. So I've just been one of those days, you know. But I've been wondering what you did for that, because you're the first person I've ever known that had that same issue. Was that, and they told me they could do surgery, you know, like at your brain stem to do something with that nerve. And I'm like, no, I'll just deal with the pain, you know. I don't want that kind of surgery.
Yeah. Well, I've had to have it redone twice. It's been miserable.
Yeah.
Can I jump in a little bit?
Yeah. Does someone go ahead? Is this Keith?
This is Tom.
Oh, Tom.
And yes, and I totally understand the issue with nerve pain, because I've already had the back operation and the pain injections and all of that. But I'll tell you, I take the gabapentin. They increased my dose, but I would have nerve pain. It would feel like somebody's taking a vice grip to my leg. My bones would just hurt for no reason, and my knees and the top of my feet. So the back operation didn't work, and then the pain injections, they wouldn't last very long at all. I mean, I had to have like 3 in 1 year, and it just. But the gabapentin, they just increased the dose, and I'll tell you that actually helps. It makes you tired, but it really, and it also affects your memory. But it really, really helps because I have no pain anymore, and it's because of the gabapentin. I'm sure there's side effects that I don't like the fact that it makes you tired and it makes your memory a little weak. But guess what? Better than living in that pain, because that nerve pain, I don't care what kind of pain medicine they give you, it doesn't work usually, because it's something, other than actual
It's not like there's something actually wrong with my leg. It's because the nerves are being pinched, and it feels like somebody's taking a hammer or vice grips to my bones and stuff like that. But with the gabapentin now, it has helped a lot. So that's something that all I can say is I understand. I understand what you're going through with nerve pain because I've experienced it and I know it's real and it is terrible. I mean, I've almost cried. You know, I would sit and holler, you know, because it would be so dramatic, the pain, you know, and it would wake me up in the middle of the night and things like that. And, but that increasing that gabapentin has really, really made a big difference. But
you know what, Tom, if I could add about what you're talking about, gabapentin, I'm on it too as well. And
oh, really? You notice a difference, don't you?
yeah, but you know what? I'm a hemophiliac, and I have arthritis from it. It's a blood disorder, and it doesn't really help with pain. I'll tell you what it helps with for me psychologically. It gives me mental energy, not energy, just mental. Like I'm able to. It helps my depression. It's been known to do both. So for me, I had 3 gabapentins for the show, and it keeps me alert and focused and talkative. I'm able to just stay very aware. You know, I don't get tired on them at all. However, the contradiction for me is that if I take them, and I get to a point where I'm tired, it does help me fall asleep. It's weird. It's like a contradiction of medicine for me. And it probably affects everybody differently. You know, Keith Silver, there's this guy that on Keith Silver, he says he's on the phone. He keeps getting interrupted. If you want to talk, buddy, you know, here's your chance right now.
One more thing. Can I just say one more thing, Eric?
Yeah, sure. Before, like, yeah, I don't know where Keith is. I might be being trolled. I don't know. Go ahead, my brother.
I just real quick. I just wanted to just say that I understand the issue that Grace went through with her mom because I'm going through that myself right now. She was in the hospital for several months, and they thought they wanted to put her in a nursing home, but we were able to take care of her 24/7, and now she's living back at home. And you know, she could go any day, but at least she's at home, and so I understand the pain, and you know, and that's all. I just wanted to share that I empathize with her, and but anyways, okay. And then the gabapentin thing, and I'm done. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. No, we appreciate your comment. You know, we're not doctors here. We're not telling anybody what to do with themselves. We're just expressing our situation. That's all. And you know, it's healthy because Watchtower tells you, "Oh, leave it in Jehovah's hands." That's the one phrase that pisses me off more than anything. Oh, it's in Jehovah's hands. They get involved with everything, but then, you know, all of a sudden, when something gets fishy, they go, "I'll leave it in Jehovah's hands." What a bunch of bullcrap.
If these doctors didn't go to college and learn all about all this, we would not have any help. So yeah, thank you for college, and please go to college. You know, yeah.
No doubt, we need future doctors and lawyers and everybody. Well, I don't know if the world needs lawyers.
Finally.
Good night.
Hey, Eric.
Yeah, we got somebody on. Here we go.
Oh my God! I've been trying to get a hold of you for an hour. I couldn't get it right. All right.
Okay, is this Keith?
Yeah, it's Keith. Yeah.
Hey, buddy. I'm sorry you couldn't get through. Go ahead, buddy.
No, I tried so hard. I'm like, I was talking, and I'm like, nobody's hearing me. I'm like, my brother's at Bethel.
And I want to tell you guys a few things. When it comes to, how do I put it? They don't really go into your room and search your things and see what you're doing. But there is a brother that is known to be a kind of a computer hacker, where he's told people if you're on something and an elder walks in on you, you hit a certain button, it deletes everything that you have. They cannot tell where you've been. It kills the whole computer.
It's a kill switch.
In other words, yeah, you can go on here and look to see what they're looking up, and it's nothing. It's zero. And when it comes to drunken Bethelites, as Rick is talking about, it's actually not as bad as you think. But my brother said that there are a lot of PMOs. It's 99% men that do it, not the women. Very few call into risk program. Very few. It's usually people that they know that are doing it. So it's believe me, not everybody's sitting there in Bethel and I going, we're going to crash Rick's program. It's not that bad. Yes, sir. He knows of 2 or 3 people.
So who do you think is crashing Rick's program when people do it? What's your opinion?
I'm sorry. Let me put my volume up. It's people know. They tell people about. Let me give an example. Let's say I say something bad about somebody, and you're like, "Wow, that guy's a jerk," and then you pull a fast one on that guy. That's what's happening. It's not really the people in Bethel doing it. It's people that actually hate witnesses in the first place anyways. And hearing this, and they know how to hack into computers and play the game. And these guys that are calling up drunk all the time, they're actually PMOs that are not in Bethel. They're just people that are just, they don't know what they're going to do with their life. They're disturbed. They're angry.
Do you think they could be like Reddit people?
They're confused.
Did you hear me?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you, but yeah.
Well, let me. Hold on. Is this better? Is that better?
Oh, the volume is awful, but yeah, I get the phone in my ear.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it better. Sorry about that. I forgot what I was going to say.
It's calling in. It's PMOs calling in that really want to hear what's going on, but they get a couple beers in them probably, and they want to let loose. They want to let some anger out.
Well, so you think it's people who are like, all right, I've been physically and mentally out twice because I've been disfellowshipped twice, and I would never do anything like that.
No,
because I'm physically in wait, no, you're saying physically in, where you're saying PMOs physically in. Why would a PMO do that? I got it backwards. I'm sorry. Why would a PMO?
Let me give an example.
Like what? Someone from Reddit? You think people from Reddit don't like the channel or the network?
I'm gonna give you an example. You've had 2 women on your show for 90% of the time. Blah 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 blah.
Well, hey, brother, let's not do that.
They want attention. They hoard the show. They want attention. Everybody is freaking hurt, but they are crucially spending all their time wanting the attention. I've been trying to get in your show 10 times, and it's like they just did not stop chain smoking women talking. I'm not being a jerk. I'm just saying they ordered the show for an hour. It's like there's only 2 people talking. It's like nobody else has a chance.
Well, here we are.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Let me tell you something.
I grew up in a congregation that was probably 30 to 40% anointed. I'm talking late 70s, early 80s. And I've seen a lot of shit shows in the Kingdom Hall. And it's usually because of families fighting each other. A lot of family fighting. I didn't know what it was about because I was 5, 6, 7 years old. So it's just a lot of family fighting. But nobody ever really talked about it when I get older, so I'm not sure about it.
Well, yeah, I feel you.
It was just constant. We had the one young girl that walked in at 17. She was pretty good looking. Believe me, every brother was looking at her, so I don't know if she started the show, but
if a man was going to want a girl like that, he did that. Don't you dare put that off on a girl. If a man
she was an anointed person's daughter, and she walked in with high heels. Oh yeah, she did. I was 5 years old. I was looking at her. I had no clue about sex. I was like, wow. So if a 5-year-old, you know what I'm saying? And that woman sounds like she's.
I thought you wanted to talk about your burns and your house being down.
You need to have another cigarette.
No, you just pissed me off a minute ago the way you started out talking.
You probably smoked a pack of cigarettes by the time I was done talking.
I don't smoke.
She doesn't smoke.
So to a whole another level, man.
Must be
You're messing with my mama a little bit.
There's tough one down that throat.
Well, Debbie Moore means a lot to me, and I'm just saying.
A lot to me too. Really? You're being rude.
Yeah, you're being rude to her. So I don't treat the ones I love like that.
Hello, Eric.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Hi, this is Jerry.
Hey, it's JP. What's up, my man? I can recognize your voice. I love you, man.
Love you too, brother. I want to just see if we can change up this show, a little subject tonight.
Yeah, let's get it to a more positive place. Let's do it. Do it.
Yeah, go back to the topic you were speaking about truth. But real quick, I wanted to tell Grace, don't let that, if Grace is listening, don't let that weigh your heart too much about negative callers. It happens to all of us. Don't make it seem like it happens to you, women or sisters that call in. It does happen, but I know what she was talking about. There was a time when there was somebody on the show called Wyatt Earp. And then I think even one night when Apostle Babe was having her show, when she had it on here, there was kind of a falling out between her and Wyatt Earp and Kurt. And that's kind of what ended his things. But there's been a lot of shows with like Gail, Barbara Anderson, Anne Marie, Fran and Joe, Fran and them always come on, and all kinds of wonderful women that have left the Watchtower call up and relay their stories of their exiting from there and their bravery, just like Grace. So I would tell her, don't be discouraged by those few people. There's a lot of nasty people, but Rick's trying to get rid of them, and things are working out for the better. So don't, always come back and show your voice. Don't feel like this is some kind of a sexist show or we're trying to put women down here on that. That's not at all the thing. If anything, we want to hear from more sisters and more people leaving the Watchtower and get their story, and we want to get the story straight and clear. That's what this show is all about. But anyways, going back to so your topic, Eric, can you run it by me again? You're saying it was about truth or something?
Yeah, it was about truth, and I played a video in the beginning, and it there was like a 2015 convention pitch video that they did somewhere around there, and the brother was like, Men that claim they have the truth. They what does he say? He says they're always changing things, and they're always changing their doctrines and what they believe in. And then it shows a video from like 2015 to our like almost present day, to where they've changed things constantly over and over again. So I was talking about Watchtower's truth and how they call themselves the truth, but they're the furthest thing from it. And I was supposed to have a show with Dan and Angela tonight. Well, not really. It was like a shot in the dark, but there's going to be a part B to this show. I keep saying that, but we're going to do what really is truth. So we've heard Watchtower's truth, what they tell us what truth is, and the next time I'm on with Dan and Angela, we'll talk about what truth really is. But that's what we've been talking about tonight. It's just how Watchtower spins things and makes things up. Even like this fellowshipping instead of shunning. They change words, they lie, stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw that video earlier from Jerome that you shared. I really like that. I subscribe to his channel also.
Oh,
but
cool.
Yeah, that is a good question, because what is truth really when we see, when we leave XJW, really, what is truth? Even Jesus Christ asked the same question, what is truth? And when we leave there, the truth that we ever had is not real. So we come to leave the truth, which we thought was truth, is to like something that is not real. So we have to figure out ourselves individually what is truth. And when that happens, as we know, a lot of XJWs, they either go to atheism or they produce through Christianity, Bible, or other religions. There's, a few witnesses who go to Buddhism, and I've even heard of some going to Islam, very few, and other such things. But for the most part, it's two categories. It's either atheism or Christianity. So then once
you got agnostic too.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's something too.
Agnostic's a big part of it.
Yeah, and so I've found myself in at least two of those categories. I was never an atheist. I could never bring myself to come to that conclusion, but I've been an agnostic, especially when I first woke up from witnesses. I mean, I didn't want to let go Christ in that, but there was a little time, especially the first few months after, I just didn't know. And but I came to the conclusion that there was. So my category or person was that I did fall into the category of a believer, and I am a Christian now. But I think that the topic you're bringing up with truth is something very important. That's something that once we leave the witnesses, it's a very important thing. Some people like myself, that's the most important thing that you're going to be faced with. If it really is truth, because I was such a believer in the witnesses, and that I held my everything that I ever did in my life since I was raised in it. And even though I was a homie for like 8 years, I was still trying to come back to the witnesses after I'd left. But once I tried to come back, and then I woke up to the fact that it wasn't real, I was faced with the fact of like, what is truth? And for a while, I just didn't know what to believe. It was a very short time, maybe just a couple of months, where I just wasn't sure. But deep down, I really could say I was never really an agnostic. I've always believed in God and Christ and a Savior and all that. So it was really just something that crossed my mind. It was some sort of a doubt. But I can say that as far as it comes to truth, yes, that's something that we really have to search for, all of us. Once we wake up, we're all going to wake up in a different state of mind a different category, and we're all going to have to go down a different route. And honestly, it's not going to be very comfortable. It's very scary. It's scary when you've been so set that everything you know is going to happen to the T. Like when you're in Watchtower, you're so comfortable. It's like, even when you leave, you know what's going to happen. And it just so is that. Like, even when you leave, you still know how the end is going to happen. But when you wake up to the religion and you find yourself in whatever position you are, when you find yourself woken up, boy, you're just there, and there's nothing really. There's no substance there. I've come up with a term, as far as myself, you're left like spiritually homeless. You don't know what to do, because your whole life you're raised and you believed and you thought that this was the truth and this was it. This is the only way. And if you really are a believer, because there's a lot of people that are in the truth and go to meetings and they just go along to get along. I was that for a while, but there was a time where I really believed like this was God's only true organization, and he actually did appoint the Watchtower. I really believed that at one time in my life, unbelievably, but I did. But once you realize that, then, my friend, then you want to know, once you've been lied to, you're like, well, what is truth? What is truth? And then you have to figure out, well, do I even believe? Obviously, everything I believe was not real. It was all fake. But what is this to become of this Bible and of God and my existence? Boy, oh boy, is that a big question that we have to deal with? Is it not? I mean, you can go back, anybody listening tonight, go back to the time when you realized, and you really had, even when you didn't realize it, when you had that real doubt, you know what? This may not be the truth. How did you feel? It's a little bit of emptiness, because you know you don't get that comfort like you had when you're growing up and you're reading the Bible story book, when you're going to the book study and getting that goodie night after that. No. This is reality. This is our meaning. What does it mean, our existence between us and God and society and the way we've been living our whole life? What does this mean? And when you wake up to that, boy, oh boy,
yep,
you said, Eric, truth. You have to search for truth. For myself, I've went through all the different motions of things. I've had deaths of family, friends, all kinds of emotional and mental disappointments and high points in between waking up. And this is all me having to deal with this without having the truth and without knowing what is so. So it is a very tough thing to wake up being indoctrinated in the Jehovah's Witness cult, waking up from it. Certainly it is. It's devastating. It's troubling. It's unnerving. It's so many emotions, I can't even name it. But what I would say is, like what Eric's show is tonight, is truth. What is truth? We all have to find truth. I mean, we all need to find truth. That's the point of life, is to find a purpose and to find what we think is real, to live for it, because that is what a purpose-driven life is to find a meaning and to live for that meaning. So what do we do? I don't know.
I want to share something with you because I think it might apply to you, JP. This is Susan. I gave up Jehovah's Witnesses, but I didn't give up the Bible. And I kept reading it because Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. Jesus said, I am the way. Okay, so how do we find truth? The way, not through Jehovah's Witnesses. You know, that's not gonna, that train took off already. It's gone. We know we're not getting on it. So I decided to start reading the Bible. If Jesus said, I am the way, I am the truth, well, this is where I'm going to get truth, as far as I know. So I started reading it. And one chapter that helped me get a moral compass, because that seems to be a really hard thing for people today, to have a moral compass, is Romans chapter 1. And I read through that a lot, because it goes through all the basic points of what truth is. What does Jesus really want us to do? What is the truth he wants us to follow? In Romans chapter 1, it's easy to remember. First chapter of Romans. And just go through that and see what Jesus' truth is. And
Amen. Thank you for that, Susan.
Can I jump in too a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Tom again.
Hey, Tom.
Actually, that has been the number one issue that I have. I was a unbaptized publisher, and I got disfellowshipped and shunned as if I was actually disfellowshipped, you know. And I mean, I was treated as if I was dead. My mom would not speak to me, even if I saw her in a grocery store. She would have to just walk by. And then 2 years later, because, you know, I was announced because somebody saw me smoking. I decided I didn't want to be a Jehovah's Witness when I was 18. And I just stopped going, and I stopped, you know, and I never told I am not a Jehovah's Witness. So anything I did would not reflect that on me. But I happened to work at a place where there were Jehovah's Witnesses working, and they caught me smoking, and they told the elders, and it was elders from a different congregation. But anyways, they called me and asked me if I was smoking. I said, "Oh yeah, I've had a couple of cigarettes." And they said, "Did you like it?" I said, "Oh yeah, I liked it." And they're like, "Are you going to continue to smoke?" I said, "Well, maybe. I don't know." Well, we're going to have a judicial meeting. You're invited to come. And I was like, I don't know you guys. I live in a different territory than what I grew up in. And I don't know you guys, and I'm not coming to your judicial meeting. And so they had a meeting based on me saying that I liked the cigarettes and that I probably would smoke again. I was disfellowshipped. They actually called me disassociated, but I was never baptized. I was just a unbaptized publisher, and because of that, I was actually treated as disfellowshipped. And then 2 years later, all of a sudden, I see my mom in the grocery store that I always went to, and where she would ignore me. Well, this time she invited me over for dinner. And she had something important to talk to me about. And then she showed me the Watchtower, and the Watchtower now said that because I was never actually baptized, they cannot treat me like I'm disfellowshipped. Everybody can still talk to me now. So after 2 years of torture, and my little brother was only 5 when I left, and so now he's 7 years old, and I'm allowed to talk to him now. And so to me, the truth changed, and I always wondered, how can the truth change? So the truth was earlier that I was to be treated as if I was dead. And now the truth has changed. Was it because of the lawsuits they were getting, of the shunning policy that they had? I don't know, but they changed the policy. And now, so that means that what was the truth before was that I wasn't even allowed, I was to be treated as dead. Now the truth changed, and now I can talk to all of them. Anybody, because I was never actually baptized. Even though I was an unbaptized publisher, I was not officially a member. I never took the plunge and stated out loud that I was one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I had done it, personally. Whatever. But anyways, that has never been answered. That is the one subject, is the truth should not change. The truth is the truth is the truth. How can the truth be true then but not true now? And so I began studying again later when I got married and stuff, and studying with elders and things like that, and very, very good teachers. And I even was able to have a study with a circuit overseer, and that was always the subject that I could never get an answer to. The subject was, how can the truth change? If it was the truth 2 years ago, and now the truth is that this is the truth, how can I trust anything that you say? Because truth should not change. The truth changes with them constantly. They call it new light, but it was the truth earlier. How can it, and now it's not the truth? How can that be? That was always my biggest, that's why I never could go back, because they could never answer that question. Never. Never. They just would, it's a matter of faith. You just have to trust in Jehovah. It's a matter of faith. You just have to have faith in Jehovah and all that. They just could never answer how truth could change. So that is a very good subject, Eric, because that is my one and only thing that has kept me from committing myself to that religion, because I really believed that they had the truth. But then when I saw how many times they changed the truth, it's made me question, this can't be the truth, because truth does not change, but it constantly changes with them. That's my, honestly, that's the whole, I would say, the foundation of why I could never actually go back to that religion, because the truth should not be changing, and it is constantly changing. So how can you call it the truth today and then tomorrow this is the new truth? That's wrong, and they can't justify it. So I'm done, but I just wanted to say, very, very good subject. Most important subject of mine is that religion. That is it. That all boils down to the truth should not change, and it does with them. And it has affected me. It's great. I get to have a relationship with them now. They can all talk to me. They couldn't for 2 years. I was to be treated as I was the fellowship right now. We were baptized. Even though I studied for years and years afterwards, I just could never commit, because they could never treat me.
Hello, Eric.
And I'm done.
Oh, yeah. Is someone trying to speak up?
Eric, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Jerry JP.
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little echo, but can you hear me for a sec?
Oh, hold on, maybe it's my end. All right.
Let me see here. Well, I think I can still hear a little bit of echo. So.
Well, I'm hearing the echo from you too, so I don't know where it's from.
It's probably somebody else that has their device on it. I'm talking on my cell phone, so it's not for me.
I fucked up again and kicked myself out of because I'm trying to multitask and I hit the back button. It's really easy to kick yourself out of stream on the phone. So
I think I can hear it clear now.
Rick doesn't have to come back on. It's after hours. I'll just stay on the phone.
No, it sounds clear now.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
Rick,
don't worry about it, Rick. This is after hours. Just take a nap or chill out if you want. I'll just stay on the phone. And I can still see people commenting on the chat.
Yeah, I can hear it perfectly clear now.
Archie Kim's been giving some really good comments tonight.
What I was gonna say, Eric, is well, do you want to read the comments real quick before I say something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, yes, I agree, like what Tom was saying, like how important the truth is, and that. I mean, in a way, it's such an important part in our life because that was our whole foundation of even being in this religion, and I would call it not just a religion, but a tradition of like even my family, because I'm a third generation, and from my father, my paternal side, my father's side, they came in third generation. So my family were first associated with Jehovah's Witnesses in the late 1930s and 1940s, and they stuck on with this whole truth thing, even to the end of their life.
What did they tell you about 1975?
They never spoke of it.
No, my grandfather he spoke of it to me.
Yeah, my mother's 83. When I mentioned 1975 to her, she actually talked to me about it, and she told me a lot of stuff that I didn't know. And so it actually was a real thing. I do remember.
Did she say that the people that left the organization, that it was Jehovah testing them?
She said a lot of things, but there was a lot of controversy.
That's what my grandfather said. He said it was a test, like weeding out the weed from the wheat.
Yeah, the only other thing I ever heard was, I remember going on service one time, maybe about 15 years ago, and I was with an elder who was raised as a witness. It was an elder I really looked up to, and he was probably about 20 years older than me. And we went to a door one time, and somebody was telling us about 1975, and we were false prophets, and then he pretty much rebuked the man, and we walked away. And then I was walking away from the door, and I asked him, and this brother's name is Kevin. I said, Kevin, what was that all about? And he says, oh, don't worry about 1975. He said, it was just something some circuit overseer said in a talk one time. He says, no need to worry about it. And I just put that in the back of my mind. I was like, okay, that's crazy, but whatever. And yeah, but to go back with what is truth is like, man, you have to, these poor people or family, they have a truth, but it's not the truth. It's what they call the truth. And it's pretty much what the governing body feeds them. And what makes that sad is they profess to be Christians, but there's nothing out of the Bible that's leading them. Christ is not leading this, quote, church of Jehovah's Witnesses, this organization. He's not. And he's just misleading our family. And when you wake up to it, especially as a Christian like myself, I'm a Christian now. And when you wake up to it, I don't know how people that are atheists still, when they wake up, leaving Jehovah's Witnesses and they feel about their family, like, oh, they're just, they're just lost. But no, when you wake up and from Jehovah's Witnesses and you become a Christian and you see your family like that, you really see the pain and pretty much the heresy of the beliefs in that. And it really is disturbing, like myself, to see your family stuck in a false religion like that / cult. And there really are ones who are distorting what the gospel is, and they're completely misled. But I pray, through grace and that my family will be saved, and that even the ones that have died as witnesses, and that because I've even talked to other ones in my church and even pastors. I'm like, what happens to my family? Like when they die, like, are they, because we know what Christ says about people that give a false gospel and a false Christ, that they're pretty much, they're damned, or whatever. It's not a good place where they're going to end up. And so most comfort I can get is that, I know there's going to be a judgment, but I realize that, they're spreading a false gospel and they're misleading people, but they are really victims of, like the governing body and that. And I do believe that the governing body and them do know enough about the organization to know how corrupt it is as we are. And they do know enough about the Bible and the scriptures. I believe the governing body has done an in-depth study of the scriptures, but they have willingly gone for many years to corrupt it and to mislead people. So I think them and themselves, they're going to have to answer to, eternal judgment, possibly. I don't know. But I would say, that a lot of the people that have come under them are victims. And even when you read, like, Christ is a Conscience, even Rick Brandt, he was a victim that came under their influence, and he rose to the ranks, and he even knew that it was wrong. And even as a Christian man, he knew that even their teachings were very wrong and that they were dishonoring the Lord Christ Jesus and God. So I think and believe, I hope, our families, because I've even tried to witness, the gospel to some of my family and even my mom and that, and they will reject me and they want to put the organization and that as their savior and that. And it's really quite frightening to me to know that they would put an organization in that above Christ or anything to save them. And so I just pray for that. But the truth is what it is, and once we leave, we have to find it. So I would just tell people, when you leave, because witnesses end up in two categories. Even, usually a lot of them become atheist or agnostic, and some of them become Christian. Now that's something we have to look at as people like you and me, Eric, who are trying to help XJWs, like you're trying to do a show. I speak to other people too. So I talk to different people, and I just keep in mind our XJWs. Like, I talk to people about different things, whatever they want to speak about. But I am a Christian, and I will share the gospel with XJWs if they're willing to hear it. But if ones aren't, it's okay. I'm not going to quit talking to them. I want to keep talking to them, and I'm not doing it because I want to push the God, because I truly love them as XJWs, and I know that. And I know, if Christ wants to work in their life one day, he will. But as XJWs, we can still be friends. But for the ones that do, believe in that, we have wonderful conversations. Even like ourselves, Eric, we talk about all kinds of things, and we're almost like we talk like our own little Bible theology sessions, and
Yeah, for real, man.
And it's really good to share that, and I think that's important.
Well, you've even been touched by like it in like getting involved with your family. You having problems with your mom just on basic things like Jesus. I don't mean to dig into things too personal, but that's the reality of Watchtower does. You can't even talk about Jesus as our Lord and Savior.
Yeah, it's okay, bro. But yeah, I understand that. Like, I totally agree, because that's why I value and cherish my XJW friends, because some of my XJW friends, I have some that are atheists, I have some that are agnostic, I have some that are believers, but we all have different conversations. Like the ones that are atheists or agnostic, they know I'm a believer, but we can talk about other things. And if they ever want to talk about that, they know we can, but they know my message and what I've said, but we could talk about other things. And then the ones that are believers, we talk about things in the Lord and other stuff that encourage us. And we talk about the organization, and that's other things and whatnot, our families and work and other stuff. So it's good. But I would just say that, whether you're believe the witnesses and you're a believer, or if you're not, just, you have to really search yourself and really realize that you're going to have to start from the bottom and work your way up. And it's really tough and it's really hard, but we're going to have to do, but there's a lot of people there, and just follow your heart. If you really feel that you have a yearning for Christ, then seek out people, even in the XJW community, that are followers of Christ. If you're not sure, then there's people there too. But along your way, if you do find that you do want to find Christ, or you don't want to let your faith go, there are XJWs there for you. But by all means, it's a terrible time when you do wake up from the truth and you do have to realize your own thing. But don't be fearful. Just realize that there's somebody there for whoever it is. When you wake up, whether you're a believer or a non-believer, there's people here that are going to love you and take care of you and help to guide you. So just know that. And I mean, me personally as a Christian, I hope everybody comes to faith in Christ. But if you don't, just know that there's going to be a lot of people there for you, including myself. I talk to everybody, and I love everybody. I love hearing everybody's stories. And I'm friends with all kinds of people, not just Christians, everybody in the XJW community. And just because they're not a Christian like I am, we talk about other things like work, what's going on with the organization, our families, other stuff. So, we're all here to take care of and support each other. But I just wanted to let everybody know that whatever you do, always seek and find the truth. And there's people here along the way that are going to assist you to find whatever truth it is that you find in your heart.
I have a very important question for you, sir.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, this is Tom again. And I will say that in all of my studies, I studied and studied. I've read many different Bibles and the Quran and things such as that. And I took, and you know how the Catholic Bible has all of Jesus' words in writing? Well, I took the New World Translation and I highlighted all of Jesus' words. And I always felt like he was speaking to me. I felt like I was one of the anointed. I really, really believed that I was of the anointed, but the problem was I smoked, and and so as far as I knew, that the Jehovah's Witnesses basically would say that God didn't actually hear my prayers and things such as that. So the fact that I totally believed 100% in my heart that, I was one of the anointed, and that Jesus was actually speaking to me, everything he said in the Bible, and I memorized so much of it. But the fact is, from all of the training from JWs is from 4 years old up, told me that there's no way I could be, because I was living in sin. But I felt it in my heart. I honestly did, and I didn't know what to do. I did not want to get baptized in that church, and I did not know what to do as far as the right thing, as far as to become a real Christian and follow Jesus. Because I checked out many other religions, and just organized religion is a snare and a racket, and I just could not commit myself. So I had to just kind of let that go. But I honestly did believe that in my heart for quite a while. When I went to the memorial, I wanted to partake. I really did, but I knew I couldn't, because they knew that I was, I smoked, I was a smoker, and I could not partake, but I really wanted to. I really believed that I should be partaking, because Jesus, it seemed like he was speaking to me, So, I never knew what to do with that, so I kind of had to let that go. And it's really good to hear you, profess that, that you're a Christian. I do believe that I'm a Christian. I just don't know. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to. I just try to live my life like as Jesus would want me to, and I try to be a good person. And I do believe that I am a good person, and I do believe that, I do believe, that whatever happens in the afterlife, even though I never officially got baptized or anything like that, and I don't actually practice any religion, that I am a good person, and that comforts me. But it's really, I honestly don't know if there's actual rules that we have to follow in order to actually, be a real Christian, you know what I mean? And that's my dilemma. That's what I wanted to talk about, because I really, I honestly, I believed that Jesus was talking to me, and I really believed that, I was a Christian, but because of my teachings of Jehovah's Witnesses, they convinced me that I wasn't. So, any advice? Because I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do about it. There's every religion is an organized religion, and they have their certain beliefs. And I
guess I'm the wrong person to ask, because I have no contact with my family on their end. I'm welcome to have them back with open arms, but I don't know. They have me blocked. If I call them, it just goes straight to voicemail.
Really, sorry to hear that, bud. Sorry to hear that. You know what? I'm a little lucky here because I didn't get baptized, so I can still visit my mom, and all my aunts. I mean, she has like 8 siblings, and 6 of them are JWs. But I still get to talk to them all, but they're all JWs, you know, and my mom is. My dad is Methodist, and he's a very good man. But when I went to his church, it was just too weird. They put too much emphasis on just singing and having a good time. You know? But so anyway, I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Jerry JP. Well, you were asking what you should believe is you're a believer, but you don't know what to do is in regards to your family. Is that what you were asking?
Not really my family as far as a religion, because I know, you know, if I'm going to get baptized, I know Jesus, we're supposed to get baptized, but it's like, if I get baptized, I'm being baptized into a religion, and I don't want to do that. I don't believe that's necessary. I just believe that we just can be good people, you know, and follow Jesus' advice and live a good life. But for some reason, the baptism thing seems to be a required item, you know, and the only way, you know, it's like, you know, where do I go? I don't want to become I don't want to be part of any religion, because I don't believe you know, half the time, they'll take, you know, they're just like JWs, you know, they all have their own ways, and they change things and all that. And if I just wanted to go on what I read in the Bible about what Jesus said and just go by his words, then I don't need a certain religion, but I just don't know. I don't know, you know, does it make a difference if you get baptized or not? Because that's the one thing I've never done is get baptized, but I have 100% faith in what Jesus said, you know, and I try to live my life really good, you know, and treat people, you know, like I want to be treated, and things just such as that. And but I just don't, you know, can I baptize myself? I don't know. I tried it, so maybe I am baptized. I don't know. But I will not, I refuse to become part of any organized religion.
Yeah, what I would say to you, Tom, is don't focus on that too much, but focus on getting close to the Lord and your personal relationship with Him. And the way you're going to do that is by reading the Word. So get into the Word every day. I mean, really do that. Like before you read your Bible, pray for the Holy Spirit to guide you. And then also, don't be scared to go to churches and explore churches. Go to different churches and visit them. It's nothing like how it was when we were Jehovah's Witnesses. There's nothing wrong with it at all. I visited many churches, and I'm a part of one, and I really enjoy going there. I like the pastors. I visit other churches too, but I like the men's group. We help each other, and we get really deep into the scripture every week. There's a men's group, and we go through one chapter in the Bible, verse by verse. And every week, there's a different fella from the men's group, which in our group, there's 50 to 60 men that show up every week, and we discuss one chapter of the Bible. We're on different tables. We have a questionnaire that they give us. We discuss it, and then we all pray for each other at the end of the day or the end of the evening for our personal problems or for other people. And that's what we do. And don't quit seeking the Lord. It's a very hard thing, even if you have to do it yourself. There is no, answer to salvation as far as like joining a church or anything. It all is about you and your relationship with Christ Jesus and our Lord and Savior, our God. That's all what it's about. So don't worry too much about that. Just, if you can, just try to find and get yourself in another group of a church, or find a group of men to where they have a deep, intimate Bible study, and get yourself into that, and it'll help you so much. And I just wanted to share this one scripture with you. It's from Jeremiah 33:3. It says, "Call to me, and I will answer you and show you great and mighty things." So certainly don't give up calling to the Lord and asking him for guidance and help. Even though things seem like it takes a while, it's fine. And it doesn't matter. Even if we're on our own and by ourselves, the Lord will guide us. This is our gift that God gave us. Our lives right now is a gift. And it's a gift to live in the glory of God and to serve other people and to bring manifestation of him and to him through ourselves, so we can. That's the one thing is like that's beautiful about our lives. Like we can do. People are great people, there's athletes and other stuff, but there's people that are not really known. Like I just went to a funeral today for a man from our church, but he helped so many people and he did so many things, and nobody knows his name except just the ones in our church. And I could tell other people his testimony and his story, but the lives he helped and what he did is way more than some of even the most politicians or even the athletes or the people that are well known to us. I mean, this man did a lot and he affected so many lives. And there was hundreds of people there today at his funeral, and half the time we were all in tears because he was such a great man. And it wasn't even really at the end of the funeral, it wasn't even a funeral. It was more of a revival of us. We felt so uplifted and on fire for the Lord because of this man. So that goes to show you, we don't need an organization like how we were in as witnesses or other people. We just need the Lord, get into his word and let him direct you how he wants to. And then you'll be on fire. You will change the world if you let God operate in your life. That's all I had to say.
I really enjoy that. That makes a lot of sense because
Thanks, JP.
When we were as witnesses, those people that did all these wonderful things for other people, it was totally minimized. And because they weren't Jehovah's Witnesses, it was for nothing. As far as what we were brought up and taught, it was for nothing. It didn't matter because they weren't Jehovah's Witnesses. And, and that's still, it's so ingrained in our thinking but that's one thing that I've always, like my dad, he's not a Jehovah's Witness, but he is one good man. He's one of those guys like you were talking about that just helped people all the time. He was always taking care of elderly people and just always, he'd visit, he would shovel for them and get their groceries, and he would just do wonderful things all the time out of his goodness of his heart. And nope, he's not a Jehovah's Witness. So we were brought up to believe that, he was, like basically in the Satan system and he's going to die. But he was a good man, like what you're talking about with that man. He did great things, and he was a Methodist, and he went to church, and he did the man group studies and all that stuff like that. And he was very active in that, and he believed it. And I do believe that he's one of the good ones that, I don't care what Jehovah's Witnesses say, there's no friggin' way that man is going to not, be rewarded in heaven or whatever. Whatever the reward is for being a good person. This man is a good person. He's made mistakes in his life, but he's made up for him. And he lives a life like what you said. And that's what I try to do, but I don't do it in the name of the Lord or anything like that, because I'm not in part of any religion. But I do appreciate your idea, because I do know the idea of, on a regular basis, reviewing God's word and Jesus' words, and it helps you to to think about it regularly, instead of just getting washed up in daily life, which is what I do. And I just haven't been able to commit to any religion. That's all. But thank you for that advice, and thank you for sharing that experience with that man, because it reminds me of my dad. And he's still alive. He's in his 80s, and he is. Everybody that he used to help is gone now, and so now he's going to be needing help pretty soon. But I believe that the thing about what comes around goes around. He's going to be taken care of, and he's definitely going to be rewarded with it's like treasures in heaven that he's built, because he didn't ask for anything from these people, and he just gave and gave and gave them. So, and I try to do the same thing when I can, but it's really hard. You get so jaded because there's so many idiots out there that just try to take advantage of you. And it's really hard. But anyways, thank you. I will think about it. Think about checking out some churches locally and stuff like that. I just have given up on all of it, because they're just like Jehovah's Witnesses. They think they have the truth, and it's just, it's just hard to, I don't like it at all. That their way or the highway,
Yeah, we're all sick of that. It's like the don't tread on me, like get out of our family affairs, get out of our marriage bed, get out of our everything.
Hey, Tom, I understand, and God bless your dad, and we're going to be praying for him and you and your family. And I just want to say, don't think of it all as like from a church or like a organization point of view, like how we were witnesses. You can go to, for the most part, any church and worship there and that, and it's going to be okay. There's nobody on a high horse or anything. Everybody there just recognizes that we're, sinners, and no good sinners, and that only through grace and faith that we're saved. And that's what you're going to get at a lot of churches. Nobody's going to look at you above or worse. Everybody's just going to accept you equally. And so just recognize that, Tom, that's for the most part, that's how it's going to be. And, really the way they practice things are very similar to what the first Christians did in the first century. So, yeah, Tom, I would tell you, check out your local if you want to, yeah, like I did, I go to a non-denominational church, and we're a Christian fellowship, and I enjoy that. But we get along with the Baptists, the Presbyterians, all them, and they all get along with us. And that's what you come to learn to realize once you leave the Watchtower, is for the most part that most Christian churches, even though there's some differences in beliefs, that we all get along. Even where I go to my church, to the men's group, there's, we go through chapter.
Well, yeah, because Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't respect anybody else's beliefs. And what you're saying is, Jerry, that other people do. Like other religions do respect your difference in beliefs. and it's true. You know what? I was at a Chick-fil-A, and I was waiting for my car to get an oil change, and like it was next door, and there was some guys talking, and they were Christians, and I overheard them talking, so I intervened and I told them my story about Jehovah's Witness, being an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and he's a preacher actually at a church nearby me. I've actually been to his church before, not knowing, but anyways, he told me that out of all of the religions of people that he's ever talked to, he's never seen such a stubborn group of people as the Jehovah's Witnesses. He said they won't even listen to reason from the scriptures. He said, I've never seen anything like it. He's like, we're non-denominational like you go to. And he's like, the Baptists, we can agree on things, Catholics, Protestants, but he's like, Jehovah's Witness, he's like, there's no leeway, like their way or the highway. There's no way, there's no reasoning with them at all. That's what he said. Yeah, he's the pastor of that church. But I found it interesting that's what he thinks of them.
Oh, that's true, though. It is true. I mean, we know that it is true, 100%. Their way or the highway. And we're just so used to that we kind of expect that from any other religion. You know, and when they're not that way, not their way or the highway, like, well, which way do you go? You know?
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the rank and file are realizing right now that they don't know which way to go because they've changed so much. You know, like, what do you believe in? They don't even know.
But you know, so if you were to get baptized at one of them non-denominational churches, you become a member of that church. Is your baptism kind of like with Jehovah's Witnesses when you become a Jehovah's Witness? So if you get baptized as a Baptist, so now you're all of a sudden you're a Baptist and you're not. It's not I don't know how that works.
Non-denominational doesn't have baptisms, I don't believe. Like, not usually.
Oh, they don't?
I don't think so, but I don't know, Jerry, if you're still on with us, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, it depends on probably the denomination, but I don't think they do that for the most part.
No.
Hello, Tom?
Yeah.
Tom?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, hi, Tom. This is Brian. I just wanted to touch base with you about something. I actually wanted to, several months ago, there was one night you were talking, and I think at the time you were sort of expressing quite a bit of negative ideas towards Christianity or towards belief in general. It sounds like maybe that's not really the case. So I just wanted to talk to you about what I wanted to say to you a few months back, and it does tie into what you were saying about the scripture. It seemed like Christ was talking to you directly. First of all, your name. You are named after one of the apostles. So your own Christian history goes back already 2,000 years. You're named after
Thomas.
Yes, so-called
doubting Thomas. And that's the thing, is the doubting Thomas. And I definitely have that.
Let me tell you something about Thomas. Eventually, he left Jerusalem and he went to what we now call India and evangelized and preached about the gospel, preached about Christ to the people living there. And in the churches that he established there lost complete contact with European churches. in fact, in the 15th century, when Portuguese missionaries, Portuguese sailors and missionaries and everything landed in India, they found that there was a complete civilization of Christians living on what we now call the Malabar coast. And so he may have doubted at one time, but he went far away from where all the other apostles did their work, and he established Christianity in India, and it still exists to this day. So,
well, the most beautiful part of the story that you're telling, that you kind of mentioned but didn't totally dive into it, was the fact that he doubted Christ because he wanted the proof and the evidence, and Christ performed a miracle and proved who he was, that he was our Lord and Savior, and he swore life to him. And I didn't know that. Being a Jehovah's Witness for 30-some plus years of my life, they don't teach you that part of that. All of the friggin' meetings that we had to make, especially in the 90s when you had to make, 1, 2, 3 plus service, so like 4 of them. All of that, you never hear of doubting Thomas, but he swore his allegiance to Jesus and would die for him when he found out the truth. And that's the thing. And I've been called agnostic when I consider myself. I think I'm a Christian, but the reason why I'm agnostic is because I do need to believe. I do need to see it to believe it, like paradise or another world or heaven or whatever everyone believes in. There are things that I doubt but that doesn't make me a bad person. But Watchtower, they control you, and they don't want that interferes with their fear control tactics and with the true message of Christ.
Thomas was never mentioned, honestly. All they said was a doubting.
Never mentioned.
Yeah, I never knew that about him at all. Thank you for that. I did. I had no clue. I've never heard anything about what he did. All I know is that he doubted, and I doubt.
Well,
So it's like I fit into that category, but I did not know that he actually was. Because they do not, and I know the Catholics actually have a book of Thomas, but Jehovah's Witnesses do not acknowledge it, and so I've never actually studied any of it. But
the reason why I know about it, and then I did research after to prove it right, was because Elaine from JW Escape, she had a video where this guy used to be an elder, and he got either disfellowshipped or he faded or he was disassociated or something, but he kept getting a phone call to have to give a talk at another congregation, and he kept ignoring it. But then it kept going on and on. So he gave a talk about Thomas the Doubter, and he told people that an organization should never tell you you need to see the proof of the evidence, and we should never put our full trust in men or an organization, and that we should always doubt and wonder and use our critical thinking skills. And it took about 20 or 30 minutes into the talk where they found out what he was doing and who he was, and they shut him down.
Wow.
It's on her channel on JW Escape, Elaine. Look her up, and you'll find it on there if you look for it. I think she's got it labeled well. But I found that so awesome. That guy's my hero, and she's cool for having that leak.
She is. She's very cool. Yeah, it's awesome. I will definitely try to check that out. That's great.
Yeah, it's actually, you know what? It is the most incredible talk that I've ever listened to as a Jehovah's Witness in the Kingdom Hall, right? Because I'm there, so basically. I liked hearing what he had to say, and then I looked up who Thomas the Doubter was and that he doubted Christ, and I'm like, wow, this guy taught me more about the Bible than Watchtower ever has in fucking 15 minutes. Pardon my French.
good news. Thank you. I never really thought of checking.
You can always learn from others, brother, and I've learned that. I've learned, even in my trade as a auto body painter, an 18-year-old taught me something, you know. If you think in life that you can't learn anymore, then you're dumb.
True.
And you're stupid and you're not wise. Because you can learn from anybody. That's what I've learned in life. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for that man. It took him balls to go up. He said finally, he was like, all right, I'll do it. They keep calling me. It's a great video. Check it out, y'all.
Thank you, Eric. That's cool.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I think that's someone else did.
So Tom.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to encourage you that you have an ancient tradition actually that's come all the way down to you now, and you said that when you read the scripture that. Oh, by the way, just let me correct one thing. The Catholics do not accept the Gospel of Thomas.
Oh, they don't? I thought they did. Oh, sorry. I thought somebody does. I know there is a Book of Thomas, and I don't know who
there is in the Nag Hammadi texts. Those were that's a whole other subject. There's a lot of books, writings, and things from ancient times that are not part of the canon of Scripture. But anyway, just what I was going to say was, you made the comment that you felt that Christ was talking to you when you
100%. Honestly, I really did. I really believed I was of the anointed, but I knew I couldn't because, according to Jehovah's Witnesses, I was a sinner because I smoked, And but I honestly felt it in my heart, 100%. 100%, I felt it in my heart.
Yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is, what it says in 1 Corinthians is that the Word of God is alive and it exerts power and is sharper than a two-edged sword, able to discern the thoughts and intentions of the heart and so on. So the fact of the matter is that when you read the Scripture, it is talking to you. It is God's purpose to use His Scriptures, His Word, to that. So Christ was talking to you, and you should try to find a non-denominational, non-judgmental congregation where, if you go to the pastor, you can go to 2 or 3 or 4 different ones, so you find somebody that you're comfortable with. Explain to them your situation, and it is a tradition for Christians to be baptized. It is
I thought it was a requirement. Tradition or a requirement? Is that a requirement in order to actually be a real Christian? Is it required, or can you just actually have that conversation in your heart and in your prayers, and have it be true? I don't know.
Okay, well, let me put it
I know
this
it's
way.
a tradition, but is it a requirement?
Okay, I'll answer that the best way I can. When God asks us to do something, in that sense, it is a requirement, meaning that at a certain point, you submit, you kneel before God and are obedient. So He knows when. He obviously knows what's in a person's heart, and if somebody could not, for some reason, get baptized, then
I baptized myself. Does that not work? Is that null and void because it was me that did it? Even though I was
honestly, to be a Christian isn't about baptism or religious ceremonies. It's really just about believing in Christ and living the best that you can by his standards. He was a good man, so we try to be good men and women. That's all. And you know what? When I was knocking on doors, even this guy that I worked with, who knew the witnesses very well, he said, Eric, all that matters is to be a good person and show kindness to one another as best you can in life. And you know what? We rejected that as Jehovah's Witnesses, but it's actually true. I think it's true in most Christianity. Like when I was working as an auto body painter, I did this really, really nice job on this car, and a fucking fly flew on the door, and I had to pick it out and wet sand it later. But when it happened, it pissed me off, and I said fuck. And the owner's daughter saw me and swear, and she said, "We don't swear, we're Christians here." And I looked at her and I said, "Yeah, but you talk really disrespectful to your mama, who's the owner." And I kind of like went off on her, and I was like, "So how is that Christian?" I said my intentions were that I was upset that something flew. Like I blew her mind. She just walked away.
Yeah, that's perfect. Like it.
But my point being just is that religious rules don't matter. It's how we treat one another. It's how we show love. Love is the mark of a Christian. Love.
I agree with you. You know, but yeah, it's like I just needed confirmation that it's like because honestly, when you get baptized in any religion, then you become part of that religion. It's almost like it's not a neutral thing. It's not like you just get baptized and definitely.
Yeah,
to that, Tom. I was coming to that. So that's why a type of church where there's plenty of Christian believers out there who are they're not concerned about whether or not you join their church. They're not concerned ultimately about whether or not you become a member of their particular congregation. They are primarily interested in, from their standpoint, the salvation of your soul and how you might be able to have a better with God. And that's all I'm referring to is it would be.
So there are churches that do that, and don't become a member of the church. You just get baptized and accepted in the Lord. I did not know that. So I didn't know that.
Can I ask something real quick?
That's because of
about the same thing.
Yes, please.
Hey, Tom.
Brad, what's up, my man? My man.
Has nothing to do with being a member of a church. Exactly.
Sorry to butt in, but I have to butt in when just between.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Because I'm at work.
You're my man. Go ahead.
It's a question for Brian. Brian, hello. I miss you. You're awesome. I'm so glad to hear you tonight. About this exact subject, is there anything that would stop, say, me from baptizing someone? The question I'm asking is, it's really not about my beliefs baptizing someone. It's about them wanting to baptize them, like to get baptized. Is that correct? So
well, that's an excellent point. That's an excellent point, Brad, because
could I baptize? Like, say I knew. Sorry, I can't remember the name of who's talking right now. But say I knew this man personally, and he lived close by me, and he obviously wants to get baptized, but not in a denomination of any kind. What's to stop someone like me who doesn't have any denomination from just baptizing him in his own beliefs?
Baptism should have nothing to do with any beliefs in the Christian Bible teaching. It doesn't have nothing to do with a denomination or anything. Baptism is
no, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, so, is there anything that would stop me from baptizing you if you wanted to be baptized? In the name of Christ or whatever you believed in. would there be anything that stops just a regular person, not a priest, not a church or anything? Is there anything that
following the Bible?
Brian knows the Bible very well.
Following Christ, anybody can baptize you in the name of the Lord. And like you find a body of water and it's boom. It's not like what Watchtower has these rules and every other religion, or the way the Catholics do it with a baby.
Yeah.
And yes, to answer your question, any layman can do it. Any fellow believer in Christ can baptize another person to be a believer of Christ. That's it.
Yeah.
But
they've demonized it.
Hey, Brad, this is DAP. I think if you come to faith in Christ and that, and you've come to an understanding of that, yes, you can baptize other people.
Okay, cool.
And
not that I'm going to start baptizing people, just wondering. That's the question.
It should have nothing to do with a denomination, whether you're a Lutheran, Presbyterian, anything like that.
That's exactly why I'm asking, because I'm not a denomination, and I thought if I'm no denomination, and there's people out there that are worried about getting baptized because they can only find, say, Baptists, and they're going to be baptized and then consider themselves Baptists or anything, then it's like what's to stop just a regular person who believes in Jesus or believes in Christ and what he believes, just baptizing people?
Why can't you baptize yourself?
Yeah. A good point, Brad.
Not sure.
I think why not? You make a personal decision, because didn't Christ died for our sins in 33 CE. There was a new covenant. I mean, things are different. I think all that matters is that Christ is in your heart, and if you choose to go down that road.
You go through that ceremony of baptism without somebody else dipping you, but in your heart, you're symbolizing your dedication to Jesus.
Well, you know what? You bear your cross. You bear your cross, man. You get treated like shit by somebody in your life, and you just bear it anyways. And you be a good person, and you try to be the best you can. And maybe, not maybe. We all crash and burn sometimes and make bad mistakes or whatever, but like we just keep growing and we keep going forward, and that's what it means to bear your cross, to be a good person, to do what Jesus did in a small aspect in life, just to try to be like him, which is so impossible. But I don't mean to get too preachy, but Brad made up a really good point. Yeah, I think anybody could baptize anybody, but I don't think it's necessary.
So you think you could baptize yourself?
Yeah, I think you can just make a commitment to yourself to the Lord.
Me too, because I know.
Because Jesus is our mediator, not no man. Is that right? That's what we learned through 33 CE.
Well, right, as Jehovah's Witness, you had to actually make that dedication for your life in your heart and in your prayer before you actually got baptized. The baptism only was an outward sign of your dedication so other people could see. But other than that, you were allowed, you made that dedication before you got baptized. And, so the only difference was getting baptized was an outward symbol. And you also committed yourself to that organization. But you actually committed yourself to Jesus in your heart before you got baptized. And that was probably good enough, right?
Yeah, I agree, man. That's exactly how they make you feel.
That is what they taught us, right? That is what they taught us. You have to make that inward, confirmation and conviction before you have to get dipped. So you are already dedicated. You already dedicated your life to Jehovah and Jesus, and in your heart and in your prayers, and that was what counted. that was the most important part. The outward dedication was just a sign, the outward symbol, they said, for others to know. So that is.
You know what, Brad from Australia made a good point. He said in the comments, he said, but wait, why then Jesus need to be baptized by someone else? Which is true. So, maybe that makes me full of shit.
No, that is.
I don't really know. But you know what? At the end of the day, like, let's just call it Armageddon or whatever. I don't think it matters if someone literally dunked their head underwater or not. I guess that's my point. But he is right. I don't even understand it, because he was a perfect human being from the get-go. So why would he have to get baptized to cleanse his sins? Or maybe that's a Watchtower teaching.
Yeah,
right. That's probably a Watchtower teaching, because they teach you that, now that you know the truth, you get baptized. Anything you've done in the past, you're forgiven of. That can be murderers, rapists, pedophiles. I mean,
and God's Holy Spirit is going to come down and surround you now, because
you did that. You have dedicated yourself to a cult religion.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up so much time, but
You're good, brother. This is after hours, and I don't know how long I'm going to go, but I'll go as long as I can. It's 1 o'clock my time.
Eric, you do a good job. I really like listening to you and your shows, and thank you for listening to me and letting me run.
Yeah, thank you for calling in. I appreciate your comments, brother.
And I appreciate everybody's input. To find a non-denominational church, that's a good advice. I'll have to check that out, and maybe I'll check out my dad's church, because I'm telling you, that man he's a stellar person. I have him. I don't know. I mean, we don't do a lot together or anything like that, but I still hold him on a pedestal because of all the great things that he does do for people. And I think he's Methodist or whatever, but it's maybe I should check out his church. I don't know. I really don't. I almost don't feel like I want to do a church thing. I just want to keep being a good person and live my life well, and try to just treat others like I want to be treated. And it just feels like that's enough. I don't have to be a part of a church. The only thing about a church, it seems like, because you get a weekly reminder, and but they just get so, I don't know, too mushy. Like, we're going to pray for this person and pray for that person. And, that's all well and good, but I just think being a good person and treating everybody that you know and that you meet well, and this almost seems like that's what Jesus was actually talking about. You didn't have to become a part of a group. Maybe the group will help you to remind you to be a good person. But if you just live your life as a good person, maybe that's good enough. What do you think?
No, I agree. I think that's all it takes. Because at the end of the day, if you follow religious rules, but you're treating your family members like a piece of crap, and this, and you're not acting Christ-like, what good is following men? And the Bible warns us about following nobles and men and priests.
Right. That is 100% what I'm thinking. Yeah, following men. Yeah,
I can't believe how submissive my father is. He he was born and raised in Miami, Florida, and then he worked for a crab fisherman who was a Jehovah's Witness, and the captain of the boat, just him, the two of them, they found marijuana together. I told this story before, and it was about 100 pounds, like 90 something pounds. And the captain threw it on a buoy, and he said, "I want nothing to do with it." And my dad took his boat at like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, and went back to the buoy and picked it up and stole it and took it for himself. And he told me he never sold it, but he admitted to me that he bought a cement truck in the 80s, which was worth $55,000, and paid it off in 1 year. And I'm like, wow. Yeah. And then like he kicks me out of his house for marijuana, you know.
That's insane. That's insane.
That's crazy. And my dad, he got the scholarship for it. He lived a double life for 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he finally got busted, and they gave him 3 chances. He kept smoking it, and they said okay. And then he stopped, and he kept smoking it, and they said okay. And then the third time, they're like, all right, you're out. And then he was disfellowshipped, and then finally came back. But him telling me it was the funniest thing when I got busted for weed. My mom found weed on me from school, and my dad said, "Who sold this to you?" And I didn't say nothing. And he said, "You got ripped off. This is Sticks and Stems." And my mother goes, "Martin." You know, she was all mad at him because, like, he didn't even care that, like, he was more upset at me that I got ripped off.
Yeah, I got a good story too. I finally, like I told you, that they had eased up on the. No longer was I to be. I wasn't treated as a skeleton anymore because I wasn't baptized. So after a couple of years, you know. So anyways, so I went to my mom's house. I drove my snowmobile there. I lived in a different town, and I drove a long ways and then to pick up my little brother. But I was soaked because there was just a lot of slush, you know. And so she took my clothes and dried them and gave me some other clothes. And then I took my brother on the snowmobile, and we went bowling, and we played pool and all that stuff, and we had a good time. And we went back to my house. I brought him back home on the snowmobile, and my mom was like, "Oh, your clothes are on top of the dryer," and she's like, "And so is your pot pipe and your." I didn't know that I had it. It was my buddy's actual pot pipe, you know, but I did smoke it, you know, but I held it for him for some reason, and it was in my pocket, and I didn't even realize it. My mom found it, and so she banned my little brother. You're not to do anything with him anymore, because I had that pot, you know, and she asked if it was mine, and I just said it was, because it wasn't, but I just didn't matter.
Yeah, you took a bullet, huh? That's cool. And, I mean, it's not cool, but it's cool that you took a bullet, took one for the team.
Yeah, and the funny thing is about 10 years later, I was at my mom's house, and my brother was older. He was like 60 now or something like that. And we went on the back porch and was smoking a bowl. And my mom comes out, didn't say a word. No, she didn't mind at all that we were smoking weed now. It was okay.
Good for you.
Yep. But it was.
My mom was a bloodhound.
Okay. Back then, it wasn't okay. So I wasn't allowed to do anything with my little brother for a long, long time. Now all of a sudden it's okay. And guess what? Now Jehovah's Witnesses are allowed to get medical marijuana, and she actually put her, because she's older and she's handicapped and everything, and she.
They can't smoke it. They can only take edibles. They can only take edibles. They can't smoke it.
She had to get. She paid $50. She paid the money and put the application in, and now it's going to go through her insurance and through the state, and she's going to get a medical card so she can smoke marijuana. And I not smoke it, but you know, the edibles or whatever. And and I mean, I'm just saying, it's friggin' ironic. Like with you, your old man did it, and then you got caught with it, and they busted you. But now my mom prohibited me from having anything to do with my brother because I had it in my pocket, and she found it, and she knew I smoked it. So all of a sudden I'm banned now, but now all of a sudden she's gonna actually start smoking, taking it.
I've been in the elders room about 8 times per pot.
What's that?
I've been in the elders room about 8 times for marijuana.
No shit.
I was disfellowshipped twice, and I was marked before I was a unbaptized publisher. I was marked. So you can count that as 3 if you want, soft shunning. Everybody knew I had a pot problem from the moment I was like a teenager.
I never smoked it until I was disfellowshipped at 18.
I don't know. I was drawn to it right away because I was brought up and raised in a violent household. And it was an escape, but it was a healthy escape because it kept making me think about things and how things weren't right in my family. And even though I didn't come to a conclusion about the truth from it at that point, it sent me on a journey of critical thinking and always thinking outside the box and wondering if it was bad, if what I was doing was really bad, and then when I was disfellowshipped and I was trying to get reinstated, the elders said, we don't have a problem with you now with your marijuana. It's your belief system of the governing body, because we were saying that that Jehovah's not happy with them. And,
oh my word!
And they didn't care about the pot. They didn't care about the pot anymore. It was that we were apostates because of our thinking. You know?
Oh my God! And that's another issue of how what you were saying about the truth, and the truth changes. So because you smoked pot before, that was the issue, but now it's not the issue.
No, because I got my medical card. And I told them I switched to edibles, which I did. And they're like, yeah, we don't have a problem with that anymore. So I'm like, what's the issue? Because that's what I got the fellowship for. So I'm like, in my own way, I proved to them that they disfellowshipped me for basically taking a product the improper way, like, which I don't even think God has a problem with smoking, because you're not hurting anyone else, just yourself. You know, I don't think it's the most healthy way to take a product into your body, but you know, like, there's worse things you can do, like murder, to treat someone like they never existed.
Yeah, but Eric, didn't they call this pharmakia, right?
Yeah, pharmakia, like that. Yeah, like a sorcerer.
So, but guess what? You could take any friggin' prescription that was prescribed, and that was pharmakia.
Yeah, that's pharmakia. And I had an elder admit to me. I told an elder because we had a debate over pot, and I asked him what pharmakia meant, and he said sorcery. And he said, I understand that this elder was aware that the pharmaceuticals kind of dive into that a little bit, and that they're not all good for you, the pills and stuff.
Yeah, but it was okay though.
He changed his tune. It was weird.
But yeah, I mean, if you were prescribed by a doctor, they didn't question anything.
Nope.
Right? And
I didn't pay a thing for the. I didn't pay one thing for that prescription. Well, I had to pay for the pot, whatever shape or form it came in, but I didn't have to pay anything to get the license. And they gave me the license to have 13 plants to grow in Rhode Island, which I did, and I learned how to. I'm not great at it yet, but I've had a couple good batches back in the day. And I believe like is it Genesis or Exodus? I think it's Genesis around 7 maybe. It says something about seed coming from God, and enjoy its bounty and its harvest. And I believe, that's something that comes from seed. And I don't think it hurts anyone.
I agree 100%. I don't know how they could actually turn that into a disfellowshipping issue, but they did. I honestly don't know. Maybe because it was illegal or whatever. But even when you got your medical card, they still considered it pharmakia, and you were breaking the law but it's just, it's weird how the truth changes, because, it used to be you couldn't do it, and now it's okay if you get your medical card. It's okay. And they, you know what I mean? It's just, the truth should be the truth all the time. It should not change with the whims of their ideas and society. Was it the truth before? Well, they destroyed a lot of people's lives, because they banned that shit, and now all of a sudden it's okay. You know what I mean? That's exactly what your subject is about, is the truth, and the fact that it changes, and that must really piss you right the fuck off, honestly. I imagine, that it's okay now, but it wasn't then. And it hurt. It hurt. You were punished. And you were banned. And now it's okay.
I feel you. Hey, what's funny is that there's somebody snoring in the background. You hear him?
They still asleep.
Hey, I'm about to fall asleep, y'all. If you guys if there's anybody out on the phone lines that want to keep talking, you guys are welcome to talk. I'm going to end the program here, but the phone lines will be open.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, whoever else was giving me advice about Jesus and all that, and I appreciate it. And good show.
Hey, do y'all want to make bets of who fell asleep? Because I have an idea. So I got the upper hand. Let's throw some money down. I think it's Jerry. I think it's Jerry that fell asleep. He's snoring.
That's funny.
He's going to be mad for throwing him out. All right, have a good night, everyone. And anybody else that wants to talk, I think Rick will have the lines open for a little bit. But I love you all, and I'm going to try to have a program, part 2 of what is truth with Dan and Angela. But take care, everybody, and love each other, and have a great day or night, or where are we? It's 1:30 in the morning where I'm at. So good night, everyone.
Good night, Eric.
Good night, brother. Good night, everyone.
I'm going to stay on in case.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society.
In Disney.